to the Town of Wareham Board of Selectmen Sewer Commission meeting, March 13, 2012. Before we start, I'm going to make a request. I am requesting all cell phone electronic devices be turned off or in a mute position as not to disturb the meeting. Any member of the public also has a right to make an audio or video recording of an open session of a public meeting. A member of the public who wishes to record a meeting must first notify the chair and must comply with reasonable requirements regarding audio or video equipment established by the chair so as not to interfere with the meeting. The chair is required to inform other attendees of such recording at the beginning of the meeting. Mr. Clerk, roll call, please.
Mr. Chairman, Mrs. Begley, Mrs. Winslow, Mr. Holmes, Mr. Cruz are here, Mr. Schneider is not here. The town administrator is here, as is town council. Mr. Bowen. The announcements. They're going to be short tonight. My mom had surgery today, so that's an announcement. And if you're there, Ma, please don't be walking around the house. She can't see too good. I don't need you near any stairways. We have a note from Mrs. Maynard to the Board of Selectmen. Please read the following during announcements. March 12th through March 18th is MS Awareness Week nationwide. Come join us at Cosi Restaurant at Wareham Crossing on Wednesday, March the 14th from 5 to 9 p.m. and help move the National MS Society Greater New England chapter closer to a world free of MS. Enjoy your dinner at Cosi, and 10% of the net proceeds will directly benefit the National MS Society and help provide programs and services to those affected by multiple sclerosis. Chapter staff from the local East Wareham office of the National MS Society will be on hand with information about multiple sclerosis and to answer questions. For more information, you can contact the local chapter at 508-759-0402. Again, that's tomorrow. Tomorrow night, the 14th. Go have dinner at Cosi's, and 10% of your tab will go to MS. The Onset Protection League is having a candidates night on Thursday, March the 15th, 2012, at the Dudley L. Brown VFW post in Onset. Refreshments will be served. For more information, call Ann Campbell or Nan Miller. The Onset Protection League and the town moderator, Claire Smith, will host a preview of town meeting. I just had a picture come into my head of that. It's almost bad enough we have to sit through them. Never mind have a preview. The town moderator will host a preview of town meeting April 12th, 2012. And that will also be at the Dudley Brown VFW in Onset, and that will be held at 7 p.m. There's only one date on there, so I think she probably plans to do that in one night. Mrs. Winslow, do you have anything? Mr. Cruz?
No.
Mrs. Begley? Garden Club, historic stuff. There's stuff going on this week, some things this weekend, and an advanced Happy St. Patrick's Day on Saturday. That's it. Citizens participation.
Citizens participation. Up in the back and on my left.
Thank you, Sandy Slavin. No, I'm just trying to. Historical Society is working on a program called Remember When. We've had one on the hurricanes. We've had one on the Depression. Monday night at 7 o'clock, 495 Main Street Methodist Meeting House. We're having it on Main Street. So come if you have any memories of Main Street. I grew up, riders red and white. You had to have all your shopping done by noontime on Friday or you couldn't move on Main Street for the traffic on Route 6. I just saying, come, Join us. Bob White is recording this for WCTV. It's Remember When, and it's what you remember about Main Street in Wareham. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi. I just wanted to add a little bit more about the candidates night. WCTV will be filming this live, so for those who can't make it, you can sit at home in the comfort of your living room and watch it. But we have a lot more fun there, so try and make it.
Thank you. Are there any other hands up? Is that it? Okay. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chairman, did someone, yeah, I meant to call you. Did someone mess with our agendas this week?
Not that I know of.
I mean, this is nuts. I hate to put it that way, but you know, right now, we have things that were held over from last week on Westfield, and it's not on our agenda. It was supposed to be on our agenda every week until the project was fulfilled. Gone off the agenda. Does that mean we can't talk about it?
Well,
Do it every week?
we'll just continue with it because right now it isn't on it, and I think it's a continuation. I don't think we have anybody here from Westfield.
No?
So,
Okay.
continue with the agenda.
Consent agenda. We have back in front of us, although they're not listed. They're not listed. Usually they're listed here. The bills, those 4 bills from last week, with a letter from Mr. Gifford. What do you want to do with them?
Go ahead. Authorization to sign bills and document. This is a bill, so proceed.
Okay. These are from last week, or actually they're from several months ago, but these came up last week and we put them off until we had an explanation and Mr. Gifford's explanation and signature on these bills. There are 4 of them. May you do them separately, Mr. Chairman?
It's your pleasure. We can do that or do the total and give the total amount. I think they have the total amount listed.
Why don't I? They are broken up. His explanation seems to be in a general letter, but I think they're separate in different areas. So why don't I just read them off? The first one is invoice number 18 for $1,085.69. This is professional engineering services from August 2011 to September 2011. And I'd move that we pay the bill.
Second.
Any
Mrs.
questions?
Begley seconded.
Carol? Any questions? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 400.
Thank you. The second one is invoice number 19 in the amount of $1,823.59. This is for professional engineering services, bidding and general services, contract 1, from September 25th, 2011 through October 22nd, 2011. Motion to pay the bill. Second by
Made,
Mrs.
seconded
Begley.
by Ellen. Questions? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? 400.
The third one, Mr. Chair, is invoice number 20 in the amount of $1,939.26. This is for contract 1, bidding and general services for the time frame of October 23rd, 2011 through November 19th, 2011. I move that we pay the bill. Second by Mr.
Motion made by Steve, second by Ellen. Question? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 400.
And the last one is invoice number 21 in the amount of $1,953.73. This is for contract 1. Bidding and general services. Service dates from November 20th, 2011 through December 24th, 2011. Make a motion that we pay the bill. Second by Mrs. Bagley.
Motion by Steve, second by Ms. Ellen. Question? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 400.
Next up, we have the approval of seasonal licenses in seasonal certification. This is the same thing we saw last week.
Except this time there's 2 applications.
Right. There are 2 of them. I'm just trying to see if there's a number. It's a seasonal renewal for 2012. Oh, this is for lobster. Point Independent Yacht Club. There are 2 of them. All right. Well, I'd make a motion that we approve the renewal of the seasonal license for the year 2012 for GYJO Inc., doing business as Lobster Pot, 3155 Cranberry Highway, Wareham, Mass. Joe Marino, the 3rd. It's a wine and malt license under Chapter 304 of the Acts of 204.
Second.
In the certificate of license liability required by Chapter 116 of the Acts of 2010. Now.
Second.
Motion made by Steve, second by Kara. Question? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 400.
Next, I make a motion to approve the renewal application for Point Independence Yacht Club, doing business as Point Independence Yacht Club, 1517 Independence Lane, Wareham, Massachusetts. Peter J. Sullivan, manager. It's a club-type license, all alcoholic. And I'd move that we renew the certificate required by 304 of the Acts of 2004, signed by the building inspector and head of fire, and the certificate of license liability required by Chapter 16 in the Acts of 2010.
Second.
Motion by Steve, second by Kara. Question? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 400.
And I still.
I asked Shirley about this.
Okay. I would ask Mrs. Begley to speak then on this, Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
before we do
Mr.
anything.
Begley?
These are 2 licenses who failed to renew for 2012. One was converted to year-round, and one was to be transferred. And I asked Shirley about this, who asked Attorney Bowen. And we are to vote on this language. So I think, like the license number and then this, and convert, exactly.
Mr. Chairman, board members, this is the completion of our seasonal renewal certification for 2012 in the town of Wareham. 2 licensees failed to renew their seasonal tickets for 2012. License number 132-800050, marking doing business as China Garden, 265 Marion Road, Wareham, Mass. And the reason for their not renewing is they were granted under special legislation, the the jobs bill and convert it to a year-round license. The second license that did not renew is license number 132800103, Louis Mastracchio, doing business as Kenny's Saltwater Taffy, 180 Onset Avenue, Onset, Mass. And the reason this license is not renewed is because it's to be transferred. There were no licenses disapproved by the town for 2012, and therefore the Board of Selectmen certify that we have determined that the premises described in all of the 2012 renewal applications approved by us and forwarded to the ABCC are now occupied, used, or controlled by the licensee and will be on October 1st, April 1st, that would be bad, wouldn't it? 2012. So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Steve, second by Kara. Question? Hearing none? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Thank you.
400.
Next is on the discussion of town meeting warrant articles.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
for clarification, are we voting on these articles, or are we just going through the warrant?
Well, we can, so it'll be the board's pleasure. But if there's if there needs to be legal questions, then we'll just hold off until the next meeting. If we can vote on it, we'll vote on it.
Well, my concern is that we didn't get the final warrant until this afternoon, and I haven't even had a chance to read through it, and I'm not prepared to vote on all these articles.
Okay, we'll go through it, and then we can make a decision as we go through.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I don't have my sheet. I'll make one up. I'll make up a sheet. Yeah, no, because that's been changed 65 times. I need a sheet that says what we voted on and what we didn't, and what the vote was. I didn't realize we were voting. All right, Mr. Chairman, you want to go right down the list?
Okay.
Are we going to have people speak to us
Yeah,
about this? Or?
Mr. Bowen is in the office. He's attorney for the town of Wareham, Rich Bowen, and Derek Sullivan. First article up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just on Article 1, Derek Sullivan, who's assembled the warrant, can jump in on these until we get necessary, or as you require. Article 1 is the standard election article that allows you to elect the various officers in the town to be part of the warrant. It's the annual one.
I think that's safe enough. I make a motion that, unless somebody's going to dispute this, I make a motion. I make a motion. How do we do this now? All right. I make a motion that the Board of Selectmen vote favorable action on Article 1.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
4.
4.
Wish they were all that easy, huh?
Yeah, thorn.
You know what, though? Mr. Chairman, can we stop there just for 1 second? I'm not, trust me,
I
I'm
think
not
you're
trying to...
stopping us anyway, but go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I did have one question on that, though, because in that article, it talks about the 2-year seat. See the 2-year seat there, Mr. Bowen? So one selectman for
2 years.
for a 2-year term.
Yes.
But what's the status of that legislation?
I know the town administrator had checked with the State House on it the other day, so I'll refer to
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, through you to Mr. Clerk and the rest of the Board of Selectmen, listening audience, the governor has filed the legislation. I'll have the bill number. And Senator Pacheco was on site today for a ceremony, and he is actively working with Representative Gifford to move it through the House and the Senate.
So it's going to get done
I think you asked
before
me.
the election. Yeah, you were
Mr.
going to
Chairman?
check and get back to
Yes.
us.
Yeah, I think you asked me whether it was doubtful or hopeful. I said it was hopeful.
That was last week.
Well, this week I'm saying it's hopeful.
Again.
Again.
Still hope.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Article 2.
Mr. Chairman,
Just
From the
grants.
board?
This is grants, right? Yeah, that seems simple enough. I move favorable action on Article 2.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 400.
Mr. Chairman, Article 3 is the yearly compensating balance agreement. By including this article, it allows the treasurer to deposit the funds in a particular bank to get certain discounts on financial services benefits that would not otherwise be available.
Move favorable action on Article 3.
Second.
Motion made in second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 400.
Mr. Chairman, Article 4, this is your annual report article.
Oh, that's it? That's all you got to say about it? That was short and sweet. It's going to take me longer to do this then. I move favorable action on Article 4.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 400.
Mr. Chairman, Article 5, again, is an annual article. Chapter 41, Section 108 requires that the town set at town meeting the compensation for elected officials. That's what this article would do. Although the article itself does not set out that compensation, the motion will have to. So,
Whose motion? The motion on the floor at the time?
yes, sir.
Well, I move favorable action on Article 5, too.
Second.
Motion made in second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? 400.
Okay. I was asking for anybody watching, I was asking the chair if he knew if Mr. Schneider would be here next week, because I didn't want to vote on any articles that were meaningful in his absence.
Continue.
Mr. Chairman, Article 6 is the annual budget article. This is just the item that reserves a place on the warrant for discussion of the budget. Mr. Sullivan has budget information for you and is available to answer questions on it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
it's my understanding that we're supposed to meet on Saturday morning to get a better grasp on the situation with the budget, and I would respectfully request that we hold off voting on any financial article until such time as we've had a chance to meet, review the numbers, and understand them.
Okay, and that would be one, since we're on that one, question was raised, and I raised it to Mr. Andrews today. First time I heard about the meeting, so everyone's going to be there for Saturday?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we'll inform the chairman of the Board of Finance,
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock on Saturday. So, Mr.
He
Heat, if you're
Said,
listening,
he said in here.
I thought the request, Mr. Chair, was, or Mr. Andrews, wasn't there a request to have it a more informal setting, like, and it was suggested by a couple of members of the FinCom, perhaps the town hall cafeteria? Or we could just set it up a little bit more informally in here, I guess.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I think the word came that we would like to have this televised and recorded, so we would try to go with the optimum location. It's up to the board. If the board wants to meet in the cafeteria, that's fine.
Well, if we did it for here, could we set up the tables a
Sure.
different
yes,
way?
we
Yeah,
can.
we can.
So it's a little bit more informal?
We certainly can. Sure.
Great.
So I haven't seen the first posting. Where was the first posting location for? For
I
here?
didn't realize it
Okay,
had been
so we'll
posted.
continue right for here for Saturday.
School committee. I think it's different.
No, it's only,
It was the school, it was the It was the FinCom and the Board of Selectmen, and the question was, what about the school committee? And the school committee has said that they are unable to
Right, so
have a
it'll just
quorum.
be the FinCom and the Board of Select. And so we'll hold on that to the 6th.
Mr. Chair, it looks to me, and I just took a cursory glance, but Article 6 through 26 all appear to be financial in nature. Is that correct, Derek? Did I?
That would be approximately. If you want me to give you a little information on them tonight, I'd be. Well, you're not asking you to vote, but more than willing.
Yeah, that'll be fine, you can run right down them.
So if we go on, I think we've held on Article 6. If we move on to Article 7, that's the annual article for the Upper Cape Cod Regional Vocational Technical High School. You'll notice that their budget request, or what they voted in this year, is 9.28% higher than last year, which is a $220,000 increase. So that's one of the hits to our budget that we're absorbing this year.
Derek, excuse me, I'm sorry, through you, Mr. Chairman. Can you explain, I mean, that's really the 4 communities, whether we liked it or not, the 4 other communities, I should say a majority of the communities that would have voted that at their respective boards, that drives that whole equation forward.
Whatever the majority votes we're beholden to, so.
Thank you.
Mrs. Bagley?
Mr. Chair, I seem to recall last year, probably around this time, maybe a little bit later in March, didn't Mr. Farr come and present the budget? Is there any plans for him to do so this time?
Yeah, I've spoken to Superintendent Farr, and he is available at your pleasure, which would bring up tonight when you think the best meeting date would be. And he does bring a fairly thorough presentation with him.
Well, Mr. Chair, certainly on the agenda prior to town meeting, so that, I mean, if this is a significant increase, I think the taxpayers deserve an explanation.
Want to find out when he's available?
I can
Get back
reach
with
out
us?
to him and see as soon as next week if I could get him in, if that would work for everyone.
Okay, that'll be fine, thank you.
Number 8.
That's the annual article to transfer funds to the transfer to the stabilization funds. This year we have $150,000 set to transfer to the stabilization fund.
You have no questions? Continue.
Number 9.
Number 9 is to set aside $100,000 for collective bargaining reserve, so that as we continue negotiations with the unions, we have money set aside to pay for any of the bargaining elements.
Mr. Chair, may I have a question through
Yes,
you?
Mrs. Winslow?
To either Mr. Sullivan or Attorney Bowen. Even when we set aside money in a collective bargaining reserve account, doesn't town meeting still have to vote to approve the financial aspects of any collective bargaining agreement before people can be paid?
With your permission, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman. Yes, ma'am. Under Chapter 150E, that's absolutely correct. This would operate simply as a set-aside in anticipation of bringing such agreements to the board and then to town meeting.
Right. I just want to make sure that the viewing public understands that setting that money aside doesn't mean that it can just be paid out. It's still going to come back to them.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
The board's pleasure. You want to vote on this, or you want to wait? Hold on. Okay. Yeah, maybe we'll have more. Article 10, brother.
Article 10 is for the water pollution control facility. I would ask that we make one correction to that. The actual appropriation will be $6,007,304. Although if you look on the budget, their revenues will be $6,520,304. In speaking with our DOR representatives and the town accountant, Justin Cole, we cannot raise the admin fee as part of their budget there, as part of the expenditures, because if we have it in their expenditure lines and then we're also appropriating healthcare costs, let's say in our healthcare budget, that's actually double appropriation. So we've seen that we've made that mistake in the past, and the DOR frowns upon it. So the actual expenditures will be the $6,520,304, but for the DOR and for accounting standards, the $6,007,304 is what will be shown as expenditures. And that number, the gap there, that would be made up if you went to page, I believe it would be on page 2 of your budget, so it would be the back of page, about a third of the way down. You'll see water pollution control facility employee health insurance costs and the fringe FICA costs there. That's the approximate difference right there.
So which number did you change?
We changed on art.
6,523,04 stays the same.
No, the 6,524,000 for revenues stays the same. In the budget, the expenditure goes to 6,007,304, and since on the actual article we're appropriating, that would be the expenditures. So that would be the $6,007,304 number.
Say that number again.
6,007,304.
Oh.
It's easier to see than to read out.
Yeah, it didn't sound right to me for some reason. I got it now. Thank you. All right, so that was number 10.
Any other questions? Mr. Sullivan?
Article number 11 is for the emergency medical services offset receipt. The total amount would be $848,330. That's made up of wages at $683,111 and expenses at $165,219.
Questions from the board? Mr. Sullivan?
Article 12 is to vote to transfer $50,000 from the receipts reserved for appropriation harbor service permit fees. That goes to the harbor master to help offset the costs of seasonal personnel and their operating costs.
Question?
Article 13 is the revolving funds. You'll see that none of them were moved up from last year, even though they could by a small margin due to the increase in our tax base. But none of them had requested it, and that's no financial impact. It's just the ceiling that they can go to.
Mr. Holmes?
I seem to recall a request from the library. Is that included in here?
Did they?
Mrs. Medeiros had asked at one point, is that where the 20,000 comes in now? And it was less than that before, Derek? I don't know.
I know they have the revolving fund there, and I don't know if that's the same exact as last year. I'll check with Denise if it's supposed to be upped. I'll do that. We do have the room to do it, so it wouldn't be a problem.
I don't know if it went from 10 to 20. She's not here.
I can check with her. Yeah. And then I'll send an email if that's going to be changed, so you can make any notes on that.
I just want to be sure, that's all. I do recall that conversation here, so it may have been voted in November on town meeting. I just want to make sure it's right.
Any other
Thank
questions?
you.
Derek?
Art-
Sullivan?
Article 14 is for FY12 transfers from interdepartmental. The first part of that is with the town accounting firm, Justin Cole, BMAG. We cannot pay them out of the salary line because it's contracted services. Or we could not make an interdepartmental transfer of that amount because it's too much money. It's above the $5,000 limit. So what we did was we worked with the finance committee for the finance committee to do a reserve fund transfer to cover those costs, and then we will put that money back in at town meeting when it's an appropriate time. This is the same money that would be in the town accountant's line. It's not putting any extra in there. It's just we could not spend that to his firm. And to his credit, believe it or not, he wasn't paying himself until this went through when he discovered it. So that's item A.
Question from the board? Mr. Holmes?
Mr. Chair, if I could just step back, because I was only reading one half of the page. Could you also double check on that recycling number? Because they were in a few weeks ago at our meeting. And I know they were asking for some leeway there.
They were.
Could you just make sure that that's the accurate number.
I can't.
think they were. I want to say that night they talked about 65
Okay.
when they gave their presentation.
I know
I
they've
just wanted
asked.
to be sure.
I'll check with that, and I know they have, Mr. Chair. They have asked for
I
approximately.
can send them an email and ask them to if you want.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
No, I could reach out to them. I know they've asked for additional $3,000. I think that's the one I was concentrating on.
I know you have a lot on your plate.
So if there's no questions on item A, item B is the second part of that. And what I did here was we were going to bring from the town accountant regular services into the town accountant professional services to pay those. Until he discovered that in approximately, I believe it was end of December or January, his bills had been paid out of the salary line. That's when he stopped it then. So we need to make sure that we move that money into the professional services account to handle what was paid before. And again, that's not going over the town accountant's salary line. But one of the reasons that I did it out of long-term debt instead of town accountant's salary was if we do get a new town accountant, I'd like to, and we're going to have them work at the same time, we need to keep some money in there to pay that person that comes on board. So we have in long-term debt, since the CPA was voted out of the Bryant Farm and Tremont Nail, we always have to appropriate that for every year because it was done in the fall instead of the spring, something that we're rectifying this year. We had an extra $111,000 appropriated in that line. So I'd rather take the money from that line, put it into the accounting salary, so we would still have some money left in the accounting salary line in case we do hire a full-time accountant. It's not all in contracted services. In other words, I don't want to run into the same headache if we get a person who's a town accountant.
Any other questions?
Item C is to move from long-term debt to the treasurer collector tax title line. That $20,000 would be so that the treasurer collector, John Foster, could move properties into tax title. And the ones that he has, I don't know if you'd call it cherry-picked or approximated, it could bring revenues of up to $200,000 to $300,000. So it's what I would consider a wise investment.
You get it back.
And we do get it back, yes. Item D is more of a placeholder from the long-term debt, $62,000 to municipal maintenance. That number's really, as I said, a placeholder. We know that we're going to get reimbursements from I guess hurricane/tropical storm Irene, and we'll get 75% of every dollar. We don't know what the approximate amount's going to be, so whatever that 25% is, they're going to have a gap in their budget. I do know that they had paid out at one point over $141,000. It's the $62,000 doesn't have to be moved all the way over to their account. They won't be able to expend it. But if we come up and it's the end of the year, and again we can't do anything over $5,000 on those transfers, I don't want to go at the end of the year and have negative appropriations and have a deficit and have the DOR frowning on us on that one. So it's more of a placeholder. I could even X out the numbers until we know, before April town meeting, we might have a better idea. I literally put that amount in there, so it may not be it.
Mr. Holmes? Mr. Holmes?
Through you, Mr. Chairman. And Derek, this is for all reimbursement, regardless of what department it was from, right?
This part is for the municipal maintenance. I think the police is requesting, on one of these, approximately $3,000 in reimbursements, because they didn't believe that money would go directly into the general fund for them. So
It seemed to me I saw something from Lieutenant Walsh the other day where we got approval on the first piece of a reimbursement. I thought it had to do with the police department, though, not municipal maintenance.
I
It's
hadn't
quite a
seen
bit of
that.
money, too. It's a lot of money.
Well, that's a good thing then.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, yes.
Mr. Andrews?
We expended over $300,000 for Hurricane Irene or Tropical Storm Irene, pardon my voice, but the reimbursement schedules are subject to review by category. So the categories on the police were more or less more reimbursable than some of the categories on the municipal maintenance, and that's why Derek has the placeholder in for $62,000. We'll get 75 cents on a dollar.
But did I read that wrong then?
No.
Because it seemed to me like I think it was Lieutenant Walsh who sent the email. I thought it was like $116,000. I'm gonna say that number's ringing in my head. Maybe it was 16.
I don't recall the email.
About 140 total dollars were expended out of municipal maintenance.
Right.
And I know John Walsek is here. John, what was it, about over $200,000? I know he's become the FEMA guru. He's actually tracking these dollars by the minute. So, John, how much did the police put in for?
The exact amount the police department put in for, I'm not sure, but there was a rough figure that did come back, would probably receive. It has a couple layers of, to go through though, checking with the federal government.
Sure.
But the round number I initially received was $248,000.
Okay.
Townwide.
Thank you.
Now, John, is that before they do the calculation, or is that 75%?
That is the 75%. And, as Mr. Andrews said, there's two levels, there's a category B and a category A. Category B dealt with emergency protective measures, which the police department was involved in, and the category A was,
And I might add, just as one quick note, if I could, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Thanks, John.
Thanks, John. We have John. Don't go away yet, John. We have been at the forefront at Plymouth County in leading the way, because I know we had Mr. Douglas Forbes, up to meet with us on the reimbursement schedules. So we're really attacking this to get these dollars back into the right departments in the appropriate way. Is that a fair statement?
yes.
Okay.
And, when the money comes back, yeah, I worked with, a gentleman named Dave Clark from the, FEMA, and, it'll be appropriated properly.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may, to finish the question now, that just, in my mind, it was 116, and now it's, at least that one portion of it's about 246. So, Derek, to go back to you now, you have 62,000 on one, and you had, what was the other one?
Approximately 3,000, I think 3,007.
So that's 65, 66,
Yeah.
and the number is a lot higher than that, right? If
Yeah,
he's
the-
talking about 246,
200
how are you going to get that back in?
248,000. So then approximately 75% of that would be the if you divide that by the 75, that'd bring us to the $330,000 level. So that's where the gap is from the 248 to the 330.
So that's what you're trying to fill is the gap.
Just try to
Okay.
fill in.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
for your indulgence.
Any other questions? Mr. Sullivan?
The next items will be moving money from within the police department from items E to I. They're going to have, right now it's projected and what it looks like, they will have an overage in their salary account from some vacant positions that were not anticipated to be vacant. The first part is they're requesting to move from their police regular salary line to the uniform line, $500 for additional, that was for uniform contracts that were added, and it was going to cost them an extra $500. The next step was police regular to professional services. And that was for the matrons. And the interesting thing is when you, I guess what you can say is when you're stopping crime, the more arrests you make, the more expenses you have. And they've had to have more matrons on with the added arrests. And that's approximately $12,500. The next one's from their regular salary account to a repair account. If you if you saw the police station probably at the beginning of the year and you walked past the stairs, there was orange caution tape on there, or the yellow caution tape, and it was unprofessional to say the least. And they ended up repairing those stairs, and looks great. There's not a hazard. There's no more caution tape on there, so it looks great. Number H is the $3,007 that we spoke about from Hurricane Irene. The next one is the large one. That's their fuel. I think any one of us has probably seen it at the pumps. I believe they projected their fuel out about $2.50 a gallon, given where it was last year at the time, and even that wasn't a bad estimate. But this recent jump has really hurt them badly. So they're looking to approximately move $55,103 from their own salary account to the fuel account. Yeah, the $2.50 a gallon, it was tax-free, so that's why it wasn't that bad of an estimate when you're thinking about it. And then the
That's over $60,000 from that account. They have that much?
in their salary regular, they haven't filled positions right now. And then the final item is from the onset parking fund, $4,000 to cover the parking meter maintenance, which is everything from electricity to having the people there to every aspect of the whole parking meter maintenance program, the whole parking meter program there.
Any other questions?
Now, when they vote on this, they're going to vote on this one at a time? Is that what? Do they vote Article A, Article B, Article C? Or is it just one, Article 14? About through you to Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Chairman, to Selectman Holmes, that'll be pretty much at the discretion of the moderator. You could do it either way. You could make a motion along the lines of, I move to transfer the sums and as shown in the warrant, and let it go that way. Claire could just as easily say, well, I'll go through each one of these and ask for holds. So it'll be Claire's call as to how we approach that one.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Bowen. Well, how do you recommend the board votes as Article 14, favorable action, and then take a vote, or Article 14 and do the list? What do you think? What do you recommend for us? That's what
I'd say if you're comfortable with the whole package, I'd just vote it as one.
okay. So kind of call it off and ask the board if they have a hold. And, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions?
Article 15 is from the Harbor Master for the Shellfish Propagation Program. The next few articles, I did not put them in the omnibus one beforehand because most of them you see every year, so they're not really an interdepartmental transfer when looking at it. They're looking for such expenditures not to exceed $30,000.
And that's his annual housekeeping item, isn't it,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman?
Right, I think it comes out of their harbor master.
Right.
I'd move favorable action on Article 15.
Going to vote on that now?
I just made a motion.
Is there a second?
No?
All-
Isn't that a financial article?
Well, it is, but it's a harbor master's housekeeping article. Oh, you don't want me to withdraw and just wait?
just-
That's
yeah.
fine
Yeah.
with me.
Just wait till
I'd
Saturday.
rather just
Okay.
do them all in one fell swoop.
Okay. Fine with me.
Mr. Sullivan?
Article 16 is to transfer from the $30,000 from the parking meter fund or parking pier fund. I guess the meter isn't the word in there. To the municipal maintenance department for signed materials account. Article 17 is to transfer $30,000 from the waterways improvement maintenance fund to the harbors and beaches maintenance account.
Question?
And then the following ones will be school articles, so I'd like to invite Dr. Rabinovich up here to speak to these articles.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hey, you want to move the speakers so we both can... There you go. Thank you.
You gotta get right on top of it there.
Thank you. Do you want me to start with the, is it Article 18 as first?
Yes.
I believe.
You can go right down articles.
Okay.
One at a time unless you have a preference on something.
Article 18, to see if the town will vote to appropriate. Do you want me to read them or just explain it?
Good, you can read them and then explain.
All right. To see if the town will vote to appropriate and authorize the treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, to borrow a sum of money contingent upon approval of a Proposition 2 1/2 debt exclusion for the purpose of funding the purchase of new and/or used vehicles for the school transportation department, or take any action relative thereto.
Mr. Chair?
Question?
Yes, actually, I have a couple questions that are going to encompass all of them. The first question is, before we get to Saturday, are we going to get the numbers that are associated with these articles?
In the explanation that I had, we had written, it did have a number, but I can give you the numbers today if you'd like.
Well,
As-
Saturday, we're going to have this discussion,
Right.
so I'd like them
Yes.
in front of me then.
On Article 18 for the school buses, it was $360,000,
Okay.
which is enough for approximately 4 new 72-passenger vehicles.
What was that figure again?
$360,000.
Thank you.
And, I'm sorry, my next question
Four
is,
vehicles? Not
I'm sorry.
necessarily buses, though, right?
No buses.
Buses.
72 passenger buses.
Yes, because each of those 72-passenger buses are approximately $90,000 to $92,000.
Mr. Chair, my next question, I'm not sure who actually is going to answer this. If in fact town meeting were to approve these articles for debt exclusion and/or an override, when would the citizens vote on these? They're not on the ballot for the April election, correct?
Correct.
And this money would be necessary to begin FY13 on July 1st.
Most of them, yes.
So when exactly are the taxpayers going to get their say?
Mr. Bowen?
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, under Chapter 59, Section 21C, a couple of things would have to happen. First, the Board of Selectmen would have to vote to approve a ballot question allowing for a debt exclusion, and I believe there's one override article in there. So for each one of these particular articles, the Board of Selectmen would have to take a vote, a motion, something like, I move to approve a ballot question pursuant to Chapter 59, Section 21C, concerning Article, I guess we're on 18 right now. If that vote passes this board, at that point, the Board of Selectmen would have to vote to call a special election, the timing of which would have to be worked out in coordination with the town clerk, the school committee. On some of these, for example, on the purchase of the school buses, and I certainly defer to the school department, as to the timing of things, but on a purchase of something like school buses, that's not the sort of thing that you would necessarily purchase on July 1. So, for example, if you scheduled a special election for, I'm making updates here, July 15th, that wouldn't prohibit the department from being able to purchase the buses. So I think there are a lot of timing issues that would have to be worked out in terms of, acquiring, for example, something like school buses in time to have them built and delivered, but also proper timing in terms of, when are people going to be around and things like that.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Holmes?
Well, we certainly just bypassed having a special election. And I recall the town clerk saying one time, I believe, so don't send me an email in the morning, but I don't believe that we can add questions on a federal ballot. Is that correct, Rich?
To Selectman Holmes, Steve, I think I did discuss the question with Mary Ann, and I think the question wasn't so much a matter of it being a federal ballot, but in order for us to have added questions on for the September primaries,
Yeah, whichever one is
Yeah.
September or November.
yeah, September would
We
be
got
the
two,
first
right? So-
crack at it. Mary Ann had told me that we would have to have sought permission from the Secretary of State by, the state might be off by a couple of days, but basically by March 1st. So if by March 1st we had made that request and the Secretary of State said, yeah, sure, we could have got stuff on that ballot. The special election issue that we're dealing with, these things, and so forth.
So is it possible then, if that was the approximate time frame for September, right? We have town meeting the end of April, and by that logic, we would be able to request it before maybe May 1st for the November election, because we have one in November as well, right?
I won't fault your logic,
No.
because it sounds very logical. Unfortunately,
thank
the law doesn't
I do
always
that
work
once in a
that
while.
way. It's something that we could look into in terms of, what we could get on and when.
Yeah, because then we're talking, whatever the numbers were that she was talking for a special election 2 weeks
$10,000
ago.
bucks.
We're back into spending that money again,
Yeah.
if this all goes through.
If I may, on that subject, there may be other complications in that the school building authority, once we got their notice that we were accepted with our SOI, and we have a Thursday, we have a conference call with them to ask some questions. But there is a 270-day window that we have to give them a vote that we have appropriated the money. And so I'm not sure if November would be within that. It would be close, because I know I looked at the October town meeting was in the 270 days, but I'm not exactly sure. So it's one of those things we'll have to work out all the timelines and so forth, Steve.
Mr. Bo.
Would they take oh, I'm sorry. Would the MSBA take, if town meeting were to approve this on a contingent basis, would they take that as enough of a vote to satisfy their timing requirements? I know they're fussy.
That's a question that we'll ask on Thursday.
Any other questions on 18?
And I would just make a recommendation that, before April 23rd, that we have all these little details, because people are going to ask these questions, and if we don't have the answers, then you know what's going to happen.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
last week I did request that we get Mr. Rabinovich and some members of the school committee before us to sort of give us the Reader's Digest version of the school building process so that the taxpayers can have a full, it's a very complicated process. It's not easy to understand, so that the taxpayers can have an overview of what that process is, how much money the town gets back, what type of what type of improvements and things like that we would be eligible for. So hopefully we can get that on the agenda prior to town meeting. And then we will all understand it too. So.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
through you, I do have one clarifying question, because this was
sure.
brought up at our last school committee meeting. We did talk about the timeline of the votes that would be needed and the timeline of when it goes on to onto the election. And I think that there was a question on whether we needed town meeting vote for the Board of Selectmen to take their vote on whether to put it on the ballot or not. I never got the answer to that question, and I would like to ask, since we do have Attorney Bowen here, if I could get the answer to that question, if you'll allow.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. To answer the question, no Proposition 2.5 override, no Proposition 2.5 debt exclusion, basically no Proposition 2.5 vote of any type, except for the rarely and perhaps never seen underride, can make it onto the ballot without approval of the Board of Selectmen. So town meeting could approve every one of these articles by unanimous 1,000 to 0 vote, but unless the Board of Selectmen in its discretion votes to put the ballot questions on a ballot and call for a special election, the town meeting action would be unavailable.
And through you, Mr. Chair, if I may, I get that wholeheartedly. So I know that it is absolutely up to the discretion of the Board of Selectmen for these to go on to a vote in the election. I think that the question was, and not that this board, the board in front of me, would ever want to do this. I think that it's more for just an understanding. Could they vote before town meeting to put this on the April ballot? Or would they...
With your permission, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I understand the question now. The answer would be no. The April town meeting, the April annual election ballots went off to the printer, I'm going to say, a week or two ago, and the deadline for putting questions or other matters on that particular election ballot was, I want to say, sometime around February 25th or 26th or thereabouts. So in this case, your only prospects are probably a special election or somehow being able to piggyback onto some other election that might be upcoming.
Anything else on 18? If not,
Article 19, to see if the town will vote to appropriate and authorize the treasurer with the approval of the Board of Selectmen to borrow a sum of money contingent upon approval of a Proposition 2.5 debt exclusion for the purpose of funding repairs to the Wareham High School gymnasium roof, including ancillary costs, or take any action relative thereto. The bid that we have received that we would put in for sum of money was up to $110,000. And for clarification, that is only the gymnasium roof. At a later date, we will be looking for, the Mass School Building Authority has a green program where they do compensate communities for fixing boilers or roofs, and it would be similar. We would be eligible for approximately 60% reimbursement, but we haven't, that isn't available yet and won't be available until the summer. That would be for the rest of the roof. It's a question for Thursday also, where we're with those folks.
Be a lot better to get it in with $6,600 back.
Absolutely.
Any questions on 19? Other questions?
Article 20, to see if the town will vote to appropriate and authorize the treasurer with the approval of the Board of Selectmen to borrow a sum of money contingent upon the approval of a Proposition 2 1/2 debt exclusion with a lower funding.
Mrs. Winslow?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Rabinovich, what is the useful lifespan of textbooks and technology?
I'm going to say 5 years.
And a debt exclusion, we'd be paying that for,
A debt exclusion, and now I'm going to talk, if all, I don't know if it's 4 or 5, but if all of the school department debt exclusions passed, that adds up to $1,300,000, which is an awfully big number. My house is valuated in town at $230,000, which is the median priced house in Wareham. The taxes that I would pay, additional taxes, to pay off that all $1,300,000 would be $100. Over 5 years, which is the lifespan of the books and the other things, that would mean $20 a year. So to answer, we do feel it is a capital expense because it can last 5 years. And other communities do use this technique as a way of funding textbooks.
so we'll pay the debt exclusion that you're proposing here is a 5-year debt exclusion?
That is correct. Actually, that's something between the treasurer and I'm not sure if it's the town administrator who makes that final call, but I know that the collector treasurer did work it out for 5 years or 7 years. I'm using the 5-year total because $20 a year seems very manageable.
Well, I'm just going to make this brief comment because now isn't the time to debate this. I think that my concern, and I'm hoping that Saturday's meeting is going to address some of these concerns, is that this problem isn't going to change over the next 5 years. In fact, it's going to grow worse. So next year, are we looking at another $1 million debt exclusion for 5 years? And how many of those $20 can add up to be manageable for a household? So I'm hoping that Saturday will be a productive meeting so that we can get to the root of that.
And not to debate, and I don't want to get into a debate about it, but I've seen Mr. Andrews in various budget messages over the last maybe 2 or 3 years, at least 2, talking about us being in the worst economic times of history, besides the depression, and that, and maybe I'm an optimist, but I believe there are signs that our economy is improving. And whether it's because we're moving towards an election, I can't, but if we look at the stock market and we look at job growth and we look at unemployment numbers across the country, it is improving. So that I'm hoping that the state will kick back to the town what they should be doing, which is a larger proportion of the funds to help support education and other services of the town. And again, I don't have a crystal ball. I'm not an economist. It's just my feeling.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, Mrs. Baker?
Just kind of a clarification. I strongly disagree that the economy is improving. The price of gas is breathing down $4 a gallon's neck. And as a result of that, all of goods and services are increasing. So I don't see it happening at all. However, that said, just to clarify for Selectman Winslow, I don't believe the school committee is going to be attending on Saturday.
Why isn't the school committee attending on Saturday?
I think that meeting is posted just for FinCom because they couldn't get a
We could
quorum.
not get a quorum for the Saturday.
I can't emphasize enough, you know I was there on Thursday. It was a very, very unfortunate situation. However, in the strongest language possible, I think that if there's any way that a quorum of the school committee and you, Dr. Rabinovich, attend on Saturday, I think it's vital to this community that we have this meeting with the three committees that are going to, we're going to be on town meeting floor. We have to all come together and have those discussions well in advance of that. And when I left on Thursday evening, I really thought that we had all agreed, the three committees, that I had said that I would go back to the Board of Selectmen. I spoke to every school committee member and you, Dr. Rabinovich, and I spoke to the FinCom chair and was very, very hopeful, and you know how apologetic I was, that we would meet on Saturday. So if there's any possible way that the school committee could have a quorum, I would strongly urge you to do so.
I do know that Mr. Sweat on Friday morning did make phone calls, did talk to the members of the board, and let people know when we were asked on Friday we could not have a quorum for next Saturday. I'm sorry about that, but that's just the way it is at this point. We have some members that have some commitments that they can't get out of.
Mr. Holmes?
Mr. Chairman, I understand that. People are busy. I think it's nice to see everybody in the same room, but to get the information, can we get the information?
Yeah,
I got a call
if
today
you want,
from
if
an
you want
elected
me
official.
there, I'd be happy to be there.
I
to
got a call
discuss any of
today
these.
from somebody who knew all about this, and I've never received a document, nothing. So I'd like, at least if we could get a document, or maybe Andrews has it, explaining what this is so that we can have a discussion. You don't have to have everybody there.
Well, Mr.
We're not voting on anything. It's an informational meeting.
Well, I think
So-
he just suggested that he would be, if we need to, he would be there. So I think that would solve the problem.
Mr. Chair,
I
Yes.
would do it.
I also plan to be there on Saturday, and I haven't talked to Chairman Sweat, but I know that he had also planned on being there that day. We can provide the presentation that we did from our meeting this past Wednesday. There was a joint meeting of all of the boards posted where we did do a presentation, and I think that so we can go ahead and we can forward that information as well. I would ask being on the school committee, there has never been any request for information that we have turned down, and there has been multiple presentations on the budget, on the board, and around this budget season. And so
That's
I am
fine.
more than happy.
Excuse me. Yeah, go ahead, finish.
So I just want to basically say that, as a board member, I also don't have a crystal ball on what kind of information that the Board of Selectmen would like, but any request that has come in to the school committee or the superintendent has been honored, and I will make a pledge to make sure that that information is gathered. So I would just ask before this Saturday meeting that if there's anything specific, to please get that. And again, you will have at least myself and Dr. Rabinovich, and I'm hoping at least another member of the school committee there.
Okay, so what we'll do for that agenda meeting notice that went out, we'll just reconfirm it and send it out again tomorrow, putting the school committee on it, and then we'll do the best we can with the two of you or whoever can show up with the information.
That way, it's at least an option. Should a quorum of the school committee come, then
But it won't be posted for us because at this point, we've been told we don't have a quorum. So, I mean, we can come and it can be, two members of the school board and the superintendent, be happy to have the conversation and give information. But we can't post a meeting when we know we can't have a quorum.
But if we post it and you do have enough people there, at least we're covered.
I'm not going to
Okay.
have a quorum, that's
Okay.
fine. We've made the, we've made the requests.
Okay. Mr. Andrews, I think
Mr. Chairman, I think just for the record, let's be clear. We all knew going into fiscal 2013, and I think the superintendent pointed out my budget message, which might be a little bit long in stature, but here's the bottom line. Now is the time to come together. We need to make this happen before we get to town meeting. And I don't care where the meeting is, and I know I talked with the chairman of the finance committee this morning. He'll meet anytime, anywhere, at any place. So as far as I'm concerned, and I was there last week as well, to try to bring together, and correct me if I'm wrong, Superintendent, we probably worked harder on this budget this year than we have in any previous year. Is that correct?
That is correct. You and I have spent a lot of seat time together on this.
Yes. So let's move forward for Saturday's meeting with whatever cadre of individuals we can to really bring the best possible solution to this equation. It's not going to be easy, and we all know that. But there are tough choices to be made, and we need to get this in line so we can bring a package together for a town meeting to look at and be ask the right questions at the right time, put the right information out there, and it has been out there because you have been forward with your proposals as well as the town has. And so I look forward to Saturday, and so that we can get really a package going forward, Mr. Chairman, and the one that we can all sit with that town meeting and believe in as the best possible fiscal 2013 budget plan that we can get. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Holmes, you had something?
Yeah, I did, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I was not accusing the school committee of withholding information, or I never requested any information from the school committee or anything like that. So let's be clear about that. The meeting on Saturday, from my understanding, is informational for the Dr. Rabinovich and Mr. Andrews to present to the various boards who are there what's going on, where we're at, and what needs to get done to make all this happen. Is that correct or not? There are no votes to be taken on Saturday. It's an informational meeting. So just like tonight, Mrs. Vogan and Dr. Rabinovich are here, and they can be here on Saturday. You're not going to be deliberating or taking any votes or anything like that. So you don't even need to have a quorum. You can just come as citizens and the administrator and talk to the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee. So I'm not sure if I'm missing something here.
I think that was already decided. They won't be there. Okay.
All right. So I don't
Any
see
other
that
questions
as
on
a big deal.
Article 20?
But to finish the point is that, yeah, you have a one-paragraph statement here, and he has all the detail to provide, and that's all we're asking. When he gives this presentation or to answer questions, that's all we're asking. And I'm sure you'll do it.
And maybe this is confusion on my part, Steve, but when we prepared the articles and submitted them, they had explanations with them. Unfortunately, in the document you have, which is the warrant, doesn't have the explanations.
Right.
So I'm sorry you don't have them. I will make sure that all the copies are there for us that day, and then we can go through them.
Okay, thank you.
Article 21 through 24, if you don't mind, I'm going to put them together. We have two revolving accounts that were constituted under Chapter 44, which is a town bylaw, and actually state, but for town law. And all of the revolving accounts that are constituted under 44, all of them in total can only expend up to 1% of what our tax levy is. That is somewhat restricting, because one of the revolving accounts I'm talking about is the kindergarten tuition. So what we spend out of that depends on how much comes in. If we have, 200 parents that are paying tuition, we could bring in $300,000 that we then would use towards teacher salaries. Under 44, I'm not allowed to expend that much, because if I spent all of that, none of the other revolving accounts by the town under 44 could expend any money. Because there is, in total, 1% of the tax levy. So I am before the town meeting asking to reconstitute the kindergarten revolving account and the special needs tuition account under Chapter 71, which is the Department of Education law, which is not, the only thing you are restrained by is the amount of money that came in. So you can't spend what you don't have. So if $200,000 comes in, you can expend $200,000. There is no limit. It's not part of the same law that does Chapter 44. So before I get to the other part, which is the other two articles, take the money that were in the old revolving account and fold them into the new revolving account. But they have to come after we've made the two new ones under 71. So does anybody have any questions on that particular one?
Question?
Or four?
Questions on 21 to 24, you said, right?
Yeah, that was 21 through 24.
So the new account will not be a revolving.
It will, but it will be constituted under Chapter 71 instead of 44.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Article 25, to see if the town will vote to appropriate a sum of money for the Transportation Revolving Fund to purchase or lease new and/or used vehicles for the school transportation department or take any action relative thereto. In this particular article, and the reason it's here, to purchase any vehicles, any new vehicles, and depending on the opinion of town council, any used vehicles, it has to go through town meeting. So this article would allow us to use whatever funds are available in the revolving account. So this year, for instance, at this particular time, there probably is $60,000 in that revolving account. We had the need because we had an engine seize up in one of our smaller special ed vehicles. We wanted to go out and buy a van. We call it a 7D van, a used one for about $12,000. We were looking to get two of them. We weren't able to do that because we had not gone to town meeting and asked. So that's what this article is to allow us to buy vehicles for the transportation department. And we will come up with a sum of money, and I have to guesstimate. I've got to look at the history of what we've taken in that account and what the deficit is in that department that we pay off using that account, and to see what the difference would be. That would be the money that I would ask to use to buy used or new vehicles.
Mrs. Baker?
I have a question about Article 25, Dr. Rabinovich. Is this a one-time or is this ongoing that the school department, this is a multifaceted question. This would authorize the school department, you would be authorized to expend money from the revolving account to purchase a vehicle and bypass town meeting to do so with this, if this article passed?
No, because town meeting would have approved it.
No. Okay, say this article passed. Then you no longer have to go to town meeting to purchase a vehicle?
If I may, I will ask my learned law colleague.
Okay, Mr. Bo?
Mr. Chairman, through you to Ms. Begley, my understanding of this article is that it would clean out the balance in a current revolving fund, and then under the category Article 25, create, once Dr. Rabinovich comes up with a dollar amount, and assuming it were approved at town meeting, it would create an encumbered dollar amount that would be entered into the books as Article 25 encumbered, X thousands, tens of thousands of dollars. so it would not be an annual or reoccurring event. By doing it as a separate article rather than just attempting to buy from the revolving fund, the revolving fund would expire at the end of the year, and the money in it would pour back into the Treasury. By encumbering it in this fashion, it would allow the purchase to take place in the next fiscal year, if it took that long to make it. And so I believe that's my understanding of the reasoning for doing it in this fashion rather than just pulling it out of the revolving fund. It would be approved by town meeting. There is a separate question concerning capital planning, which, to be honest with you, I wasn't prepared to address tonight, which deals with the interpretation of buying new versus used vehicles. That's certainly something I can take a look at since the question has come up. But you have my understanding why this is set up the way it is.
So the short answer is that this would be, this would only pertain to FY13, this article, this amount of money.
That's correct. Whatever that dollar amount is, that's the only vehicles we could purchase. So let's say it was $60,000. That's all we could spend. For us to spend additional revenue out of revolving account in future years, it's my interpretation, we'd have to come back with another article.
All right, now this also doesn't mention, like, this says to appropriate the sum of money from the Transportation Revolving Fund to purchase or lease for the school transportation department. So this certainly goes through the chief procurement officer.
That is correct.
And, because I remember at one of the transportation action committees, I had asked about the balance in that revolving account, and I was told in the 20s, it was in the 20s at that time, 20,000?
That's probably correct.
So you anticipate that to be 60,000, is that what you said?
Yes, there are school systems and other vendors that haven't paid. I don't know exactly what the balance is for invoices that have not been paid but have been billed.
I'm sorry, this is an open meeting. What, spring? No? Okay, so this sum would be encumbered for just vehicles.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Holmes?
Yeah, Dr. Rabinovich, well, now I'm confused. We just went through the revolving funds and moved them under Chapter 71 instead of 44, right, Barry?
That was two particular ones.
Right, because the expenditures we're bumping up against the tax levy, right?
Correct. This
So now in
particular one
this-
is already under 71.
It is. It seems to me that there's no date on this. I mean, if it was only about this year, about this specific incident, I think there should be more detail here. But the way this is written, it almost seems to me like this is a permanent change.
That's the way I looked at it.
You
Mr.
didn't
Holmes.
say like this year we need to purchase. We want to take this out in fiscal year 2013. Doesn't say that. What it says is that if the town would vote to appropriate the sum instead of going to town meeting to request vehicles, you could just buy it from this revolving account.
And when I have written articles like this, I write them one manner. We then confer with the attorney and have changes made to them so that they are legal. And the town moderator also had made changes, so they come out looking a lot different than they went in. And so where I had sums of money, we were told to put some. So I understand some of the confusion, and that's where the explanations, I think, will help.
Yeah, I'm not questioning whether it's legal. I'm just questioning the intent because people.
The intent was just for this year, and
Okay.
we understand we have to come forward. And I think, again, that's that part of the charter that talks about when you buy vehicles, it has to be
Right.
approved by town meeting.
Any other questions?
Seems to me we've bought vehicles this year without town meeting, haven't we?
Article 20,
Right? Huh? Have we not?
So well, right now, we're going on the warrant. I'm not,
Well, that's what we're talking about.
okay. Article 26.
Article 26. Do you want to read this with your changes? Even at the last minute, we've made some changes to it.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Selectmen, when I saw this afternoon, I made a few changes in it. Here's what I have right now. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate, contingent upon the approval of a Proposition 2.5 override, a sum of money to avoid teacher layoffs or take any other action relative thereto. The changes were to clarify that the funding source was from the tax levy and that any expenditure would have to be contingent on a Prop 2.5 override approval.
And as far as a sum of money, there is no sum of money yet because it really is dependent upon what the final number is in at town meeting that it gets approved and how many layoffs have to be done. So, I mean, that's where that is. It depends on the amount of layoffs that are going to be necessary.
Any question?
Is
Mr. Holmes?
this included in the 5-year, $20 plan?
No, sir. This is not a debt exclusion. This is an override, permanent.
Any other questions? Mr. Baker? Yeah. 27.
Okay, 27, to see if the town will establish and authorize the appointment of a school building committee. The committee shall consist of 10 members, with the chairman elected by said committee at the first organizational meeting. The committee shall establish its own meetings, policies, and procedures in accordance with the town's bylaws. The school building committee members are to be made up of the following. And just to answer as I go down this list was given to us by the Mass School Building Authority. There were certain people that you needed to have, and some of us are actually filling more than one role. Mr. Andrews is filling 3 roles on this, being the town administrator, which is required, as well as the chief procurement officer, and I forget what the third one was, but there are at least 3 of them that he's filling. So we have 1 town administrator, voting member, 1 member of the capital planning committee, appointed by the chair of the capital planning committee, voting member, 1 member of the finance committee, appointed by the chair of the finance committee, voting member, 2 members of the school committee, appointed by the chair of the school committee, voting members, 2 citizens at large with architectural, engineering, and/or construction experience, appointed by the town moderator, voting members, 1 school principal appointed by the superintendent of schools, voting member, 1 member knowledgeable in educational mission and function of facility appointed by the superintendent of schools, voting member, 1 superintendent of schools non-voting member. And the finance committee member shall serve as the pro tem for the chairman for the purpose of conducting the first organizational meeting and take any action relative thereto, submitted by the Wareham School Committee.
Miss,
How does he get 3 votes? Right? He's only on there once.
That's correct. The list actually was about 14 or 15, and then we had
This is the official list.
this is the list after we filled everything they required us to have on it.
Mr. Chair,
Mrs. Winslow?
just out of curiosity, why are there no selectmen on this list?
That could be something that could be added.
I mean, it's a big project that involves a great deal of money,
Mhm.
and obviously the Board of Selectmen has a big part in that. I would think that it would be helpful to have somebody from this board participating.
Yep. The town administrator will be there, and the thought was that he'd be able to report back to the Board of Selectmen. But if that's the will of the group, I will bring that back for an amendment to the school committee.
No, I'm not, I don't know how everybody else feels. I just, the town administrator can report to us, but ultimately we're the ones that have to vote, so just a suggestion.
On that original list you got from the state didn't have Board of Selectmen on it.
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, thank you. Just a question.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, why don't we ask through the conference call on Thursday to Member Winslow's point to see. I'm happy to relinquish one of my hats, but I think it might be required under certain circumstances, but it is a point well taken. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay.
Article 28, to see if the town will vote to authorize the treasurer to borrow a sum of money contingent upon the approval of a Proposition 2.5 debt exclusion to be expended under the direction of the Minot Forest School Building Committee for a feasibility study of the Minot Forest Elementary School at 63 Minot Ave, Wareham, Mass. 02571, for which feasibility study the town may be eligible for a grant from the Massachusetts School Building Authority, MSBA. The MSBA grant program is a non-entitlement, discretionary program based on need as determined by the MSBA, and any costs the town incurs in connection with the feasibility study in excess of any grant approved by and received from the MSBA shall be the sole responsibility of the town or take any other action relative thereto. Now, for Selectman Holmes, let me just put a number on that. And the number is an approximate. They did not give us a number. They have you come up with your own number. And so what I did is I contacted an architect that worked on the middle school program, and I gave him the square footage of the Minot Forest School. I approximated the number of classrooms that I thought would be able to be added, and he came up with a number, including a 10% overage contingency of $575,000. 60% or more of that would be reimbursed from MSBA. Now, the feasibility study, and believe me, I did not understand myself until I asked the architect, why so much money? What is included in a feasibility study? What I was told is that it's the initial, the building committee, one of the first things they do is that they hire a manager's representative, a construction management person who is the owner's representative from the very beginning, who attends the building committee meetings, is our person that is knowledgeable and also works, they're recommended from the Mass School Building Authority. They make you hire one of these people. Second of all, once you have to go through a designer selection process where we put out an RFI and a number of architectural firms come in with proposals and so forth. Once you accept them, they then do initial studies. So there is a traffic study. There is a geographical study of the land and the landscape and so forth. And as one of the architects said, Minot Forest presents some interesting challenges because it's built into a side of a hill and it goes up that hill. So that's one of the things that it does. They also do an educational study where they talk to stakeholders, not just school people, but also community people. They talked about something that looked like what we had done for our strategic plan, where we met with a group of about 64 people, where I can envision the Board of Selectmen, the school committee, parent groups, youth groups in town coming together to talk about what their visions are for that school. The educational person that actually works for the architectural firm then comes up with a schematic of what it would look like and what it would contain. You then have to sit with MSBA at a meeting with them and negotiate, because the community may say, wouldn't it be nice to have a 500-seat auditorium instead of a cafetorium at that building? MSBA would say, we're not going to pay for that. So then it goes back to the building committee to say, okay, we're going to take that off our proposal. So there's this negotiation that goes on that never happened before in these kind of projects. MSBA is going to make sure that we get our dollars worth, and that the town and MSBA doesn't have a bill for a $250,000 high school as they wound up with Newton High School. And so they, transparency is used too often, but this process is truly transparent. Every step along the way, if you go to their webpage, you will be able to see the progress and how much is spent, because the invoices go right to them and they pay their part immediately. So at the end of the project, you're not left with the whole thing to go out to bond with, only your, whatever it is, 30, 35%. And so that's part of it. Now, hopefully, we'll have many meetings with MSBA to answer more questions as they come. But it's a much more involved process than I thought, and that's part of the reason for the expense. And they are being on the high side because they don't want you to have to go back for a second vote. They want to go through it once to have the approval so that they can move ahead with the town and the school department. And everything they've sent us so far has gone to Mark as well as myself. So, you know, like I said, this is a long process, and we're right at the beginning of it. And it's important for us to try to do it the right way together.
Any other questions from 28? Mr. Holmes?
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Chairman, and Barry, this is what we started last year, right? When we signed those documents, which kind of raised our hand and said, we're interested in this, right?
That is correct. That was that statement of interest that we sent in.
Right.
And it took 2 years, but then it was approved this year to move to the next step.
Right, and then, so if this is approved, now we're saying, hey, we're interested, no, we're more than interested now. We've been selected in that group, and then we pay this 5 and change. And then, do we get 60% of that back?
Yes, sir.
When we're selected, right?
We're already selected, and
Right.
if we do our paperwork aspect, and there's a number of reports that we have to file with them, but if we do that, and then they will give us the okay to go ahead with the feasibility, then they're on the hook for at least 60% of that.
Of the 570.
Yes, as
Whatever.
long as we let them know what we're doing, and we don't do any more than we said we were going to do.
But we have to do a debt exclusion because we have to pay that up front,
That is correct.
right?
Yes.
And then you've talked with John Foster about a way to put that money back in to reduce that levy at some point, right?
Yes.
And then at that point, the building project itself would also be at 60%, right?
Or
Give or
more,
take.
or more. And the reason I'm saying more, there are certain ways that you get extra points. For instance, agreeing to do a green project so that you use a white roofing material that brings the temperature at a certain level so that the air that comes in is already warmed rather than a black roof and cooler. Things like that will get you extra points. The report that I file with them proving that we have done the maintenance, required amount of money spent on maintenance over the last X number of years will get us a few more points. We'll never get back to where we were at the middle school project for 88 cents on a dollar. Not until the economy is a lot better. But this is where the average is coming in, is somewhere around 60%. For communities like Wareham, with 50% free and reduced lunch. If we were Wellesley, we'd be looking at, 20% reimbursement.
So I guess I'm just curious, what kind of information are you going back and forth? You said you've had several meetings, and what kind of information are you sharing now?
For instance, we sent them the articles. They sent back with some suggested corrections. So we're using their language for the article and the motion. And on Thursday, we have a meeting to talk about, explain why so much for a feasibility study. That's one of the questions I know that's being asked, that they will go through with us on the telephone and talk about next steps. But after it is approved at town meeting, that's when they will then sit with the building committee and have a face-to-face meeting and answer more questions about what our next steps are about hiring the project manager as well as the design selection committee.
Okay, so right now the meetings, they're not public meetings or anything, they're just
We-
conference calls.
That's right, their conference call. This particular one we're having is the two chairs and myself and Mark, and I think maybe Finance Committee Chairman may be part of that call as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you
Oh, you're
Saturday.
you're not doing the next one too? I thought maybe you were going to.
No.
Anything that asks for money seems to have your name on it, Barry. Yeah. Okay. All right, Mr. Sullivan, we're back up to number 29.
Article 29 is to raise and appropriate or transfer from the cemetery sales of lots and graves fund a sum of $15,000 to a special account for the routine care and maintenance of town cemeteries. This one, I think this is one of our usual articles that's in every year.
Okay. Could you repeat Article 29, please, Derek?
To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from the cemetery sale of lots and graves fund a sum of $15,000 to a special account for the routine care and maintenance of the town cemeteries, or to do or act in any manner relative thereto.
Whoa, 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 time out. This isn't a citizen's participation.
This was inserted at the request of the municipal maintenance director.
If you have any issues or concerns, please give Mr. Gifford a call. All right? Well, Mr. Sullivan, number 30, please.
Number 30 is to see if the town will vote to authorize the transfer of $25,000 and no cents from the receipts reserved for appropriation community events funds, which is drawn from 70% of the hotel motel tax and 40% from the parking meter fund to the community events special revenue account. The funds will solely be used for the continuing support and assistance of community events, projects, activities, services, programs, and public improvements which are of mutual interest to the residents and visitors of the town, or to do or act in a manner relative thereto.
Any questions on the board? Number 31.
Article 31 deals with and I'd ask that one change in there. This is actually the third year of a 3-year lease. And this is to vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds the sum of $99,224, no cents, to pay for the third year of a 3-year lease for 8 police cruisers, 1 police SUV, and to authorize the town administrator to expend such funds that are necessary for this action.
Mrs. Begley?
Mr. Holmes. So the correction, because the warrant article, Mr. Sullivan reads the second year of a 3-year lease. So your correction is the third year of a
Third year. It's the third and final year of that lease.
Mrs. Winslow, any questions?
I have another question.
Oh,
Sorry.
Mrs. Begley? Part B.
It's a 3-year lease, and then we have an opportunity for a buyout? Is that to purchase the vehicles?
I spoke to the chief about those through you, Mr. Chair, and there's no buyout. They will be our vehicles, so we're not expending extra amount for them.
So after the third year lease, they're ours.
They're ours.
Thank you.
High mileage, but I would ask, there's the Article 32 is
I would just suggest, Derek, that if that piece of it's being presented, that you have some kind of documentation on that, right?
Yep.
Mr. Chim?
Okay, next.
I would like to, if we could, for one moment, just pass over to Article 32, because Article 30 is the 33 is the other lease, and then we can go back to 32 if that's okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Article 33, is to vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds the sum of $49,842.00 to pay for the second year of a 3-year lease for 3 police cruisers, which are 1 unmarked Ford Taurus, 2 marked Dodge Chargers, and to authorize the town administrator to expend such funds that are necessary for this action. That's through last year's town meeting. So we'd be going into the second year of these leases.
Any other questions from the board? Steve? So this is just a continuation.
That's a continuation of the second payment of a 3-year lease.
When you say, I will ask a question. Derek, are you raising this money, appropriating this money, looking to transfer this money?
This would be to raise and appropriate on there, same as the other,
What, loan?
same as the Article 31. So let me make sure that language is in there. Yeah, to
I
raise.
mean, where do you plan to get the money?
This would be, we would transfer that from the,
Budget?
wouldn't be from
It's
the
in the budget?
actual budget, but we're voting it, again, it's, if we vote it in whole as the budget, again, it's a double appropriation, so that's why we take these out and not do it as a separate warrant article there.
Are you looking to take out any loans? I mean, this money is in the budget.
This money's in the budget, this isn't.
That's what I meant. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And then, Article 32, I believe Lieutenant Walchuk is here to speak about that. Unless.
Oh, and the dog office is here too. She met them.
I think I'll hand this right over to the animal control officer since this is her forte.
Hi, good evening.
You got to talk right into that.
Hi, good evening. We have 2 different bylaws that we're hoping to get approved. One addresses barking and excessiveness, becoming a nuisance, and then the other one addresses dangerous and potentially dangerous dogs.
Okay.
Did you folks get
Yeah,
a
you
copy
want to
of
just
this?
walk through the article.
Okay, I am. So basically, the barking, which we get constant complaints on, addresses a couple of issues. One, it would be the distance to which you could hear the dog barking, and then it would be the time frame that the dog was constantly barking. So it would not be in excess of 10 minutes, nor would it be less than 150 feet. And right now, if there's a situation like that, I, as a dog officer, cannot issue a ticket. And so this would give me the power. On the first offense would be a warning, and then each offense, it would go up 25 for the second, 30 for the third, 50 for the fourth. So I would have some power to address the issues with the barking, which is a definite ongoing situation in this town. The next one would be dangerous.
So
I'm sorry. I'm nervous.
That's okay. Relax, relax. That's what we're here for.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I might.
Yes.
So, if I understand the way this works, somebody, Mrs. Begley, would call you and say, Mr. Holmes's Maltese is barking, right?
I think.
Correct.
And she would, too. She doesn't care for Maltese. So, anyway, so she calls you up, my Maltese is barking, right? And then you show up,
Correct.
right? And then you time it. Is that how this works?
Yes, I would actually show up in such a place that you would not see me. So you wouldn't know that I was doing that, because if you saw me sitting out there, you're going to bring the dog in. So I would actually sit somewhere where neither party could see me, because, I mean, we don't want a situation where a neighbor just doesn't like the other neighbor or doesn't like dogs, and they're calling and complaining because there's only 3 barks. So I would sit there and I would actually document that the dog is barking to the amount of time. And then I would go, and I wouldn't just give a warning. I actually have a letter that I give to people when they have excessive barking, because excessive barking is not a normal behavior. Dogs bark, I have dogs, but excessive is a dog that just sits there and barks, 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 nonstop for prolonged periods of time. And usually the dog is trying to tell you something. I'm hungry, I need to go out, I want to play, I'm lonely. So I try to address the issues to why the dog may be barking and what the dog owner can do to try and correct the behavior.
Mr. Big?
I just have a couple questions about these articles.
Sure.
Did you research other surrounding towns, or speak with other dog officers for the language of the articles?
Yes, ma'am, and also the state as well, because there is certain state laws that touch on these issues.
Do the other towns have hours? I know that when I worked nights, that was very difficult. However, I also understand when it's unenforceable. It may be unenforceable during the day. But do some of the surrounding towns or any place in the Commonwealth have like hours that are?
Yes, I'm actually very familiar with Dennis, because I took a lot of their bylaw and incorporated it into the wording of ours. And they have the distance, they have the time frame, and they also have certain hours. So after a certain time in the evening and before a certain time in the morning, there would be none accepted.
Right, I understand that. So you didn't consider placing that in the article?
We had a few different versions, and we thought that this version would be the best suited for the town, because we've never had anything in
So
place.
you've not had real consistent complaints from, say, 11 p.m. to 6 a.m., say?
I have constant complaints, probably on a daily basis, but the majority of them is not a dog that barks at 11 o'clock at night. It's a dog that's tied out in the backyard 24 hours a day and barks nonstop. It's a serious issue.
I understand. Thank you.
Mrs. Winslow?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some serious reservations about this, and I'm going to tell you, I live in a very congested neighborhood where most people have 2 or 3 different dogs. We have a real serious problem with drugs and teenagers, and the dogs bark constantly, not because they're not cared for, but because we have gangs of kids that walk up and down our streets. There's no remedy in here for a homeowner. For example, we do have one resident who works nights in our neighborhood who I know calls you every single day about everybody's dogs, but there's nothing that we can't stop the animals from barking. We have to let them outside to go to the bathroom, and, you know, they're going to bark. But my concern is that you're trying to address a much bigger issue. If somebody leaves their animal tied outside 24/7, that's not a barking issue. That's not how an animal is supposed to be maintained and treated.
Okay, first of all, I'm not saying that a person who has a dog is mistreating the dog. I have multiple dogs, and I understand the dogs bark. What I'm trying to say is there's dogs barking, like when somebody walks by and the dog is warning the people in the house that somebody's walking by. And then there's the dog that people have a tendency to leave outside for prolonged periods of time and just allows the dog to bark relentlessly. So this article is more to address those people, not the person who has a dog that they let out to go to the bathroom and is barking because somebody's walking by. This is somebody who leaves the dog out all night or all day and it barks for hours endlessly and disturbs the neighborhood. This will give me some power to address the issues with the people.
So how do I, as a homeowner and a dog owner, dispute what you, one person, says? There's nothing in here.
Well, again, basically, I would go to the home.
There's
and
no avenue of appeal is what I'm saying to you. So if you come to my neighborhood and you determine that some dog is being annoying and you start fining somebody, that person has no way to contest your one decision. And I think you're getting into an area of people's constitutional rights.
Well, whenever you write a town bylaw ticket, the person who receives the ticket has the right to take it to court and contest it. And at that time, they have the ability to present their case. So if they say, I let my shepherd out at 8 o'clock at night because there tends to be druggies dealing down the corner, then the clerk of courts is the one who will take that in consideration. So there is definitely a course of appeal with such a ticket, the citation. I'm just saying that based on the conclusion of the situation, that this, in my opinion, deserves a citation. They don't agree with it. They take it to court, and a impartial third person, the clerk of courts, would make the final decision.
But that person has to pay to take it to court, and
No.
then the town has to pay somebody to go there and defend it.
I'm already getting paid.
But
They
if
don't-
there's only one of you.
Yeah,
If
but they
you're
don't
in
pay me.
court, I'm not argumentative. I'm asking questions. This is a bylaw that's going to impact every person in this community that owns an animal.
Presently, we're involved in a case right now where someone's appealing a citation issued by the animal control officer, and either the ACO or myself or the court liaison officer could deal with it at court. We would just submit a report to that person. So in fact, we do have an officer that's at the court every day, so we could actually hand the case to them if for some reason Cheryl was not working.
I'm trying to prevent the problem from escalating to a serious situation. And in some neighborhoods where we have a few ongoing situations, it does escalate and it becomes a very serious situation. It becomes a neighbor dispute. So I'm trying to diffuse the situation before it gets to that point and evaluate the situation. Is this something the person just needs advice on how to work with their dog who's excessively barking? Or is this somebody who just leaves their dog out in the backyard 24 hours a day and just lets it bark nonstop?
And how many of those situations do we currently have?
The ongoing, somebody who leaves their dog barking incessantly out, about 10 that I'm aware of, that I'm constantly being called out to.
Any other questions? Mr. Holmes?
Yeah, I think I'm getting a better picture. You're not talking about a car driving by, where I live, and Neiman barking at the window.
No.
Or somebody, in the summertime he barks a lot when the buses go by. He doesn't like buses, and he's a little fraidy cat, right?
Right.
And he's just trying to warn us that there's somebody around our house. If somebody walks up in the back of my house, right, the dog barks.
Correct.
And then Ellen will call you, right? But what you're actually doing, though, I think, with this, and if I'm hearing you correctly, is this is somebody who leaves a dog outside barking. Somebody has to call you, as I questioned you before. I asked you, right? And you said you would go there.
Mm-hmm.
So, use my house. My dog's barking. Mrs. Begley calls.
Mm-hmm.
You're up at town hall. So it takes you 10 minutes to get to my house. You get there, and you're going to give them another 10 minutes, let's say. Now this has been going on for 20 minutes. And I'm sure that in your police vehicle, just like Lieutenant Walczyk has in other offices, you have some kind of equipment, recording equipment or video equipment or something, right, to back you up. You're not just going to run around giving tickets out.
Correct.
So somebody can certainly dispute it if they'd like, but I think what you're trying to get to, and maybe you're not, but I see this as somebody who does that is abusing that poor animal to
Correct.
begin with. First, number one. So, I think it has merit. It would be nice to see a little more detail, and maybe there's backup to this somewhere that we'll see, certainly. But I like the hours thing. I think that's a good thing. After 11 o'clock at night, like quiet hours, we have some ordinances in town under quiet hours, and I think that would be good. Although, in the summer after midnight, there are a lot of people out walking around, and dogs do howl at night in the summer, mostly in the summer. But no, I don't think it's as punitive as my colleague thinks it might be. And I think it has some merit to it.
I think the goal is not to hurt people financially. I think the goal is just to
25
stop
bucks,
some stop some issues, and give us a vehicle to do that with.
I'd like to see a little more detail on that, though, because it would be nice to fine tune it a little.
Like I said, I own
I think it's a
dogs.
good. I think it's.
I have
it looks like a
Maltese and
decent
Yorkies,
start.
and they do bark.
Officer.
I'm
Excuse me.
sorry.
I think he had before.
I'm done,
No.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mrs. Baker.
This, I'm looking at this article, and I think this is like making it a level playing field, but I can't imagine that you would get a phone call about a dog barking for 10 minutes and race out there. Is this to address more of a multiple phone calls over kind of a chronic issue?
Exactly.
So if you get a phone call from someone saying, look, like me, complaining about Mr. Holmes' little dog. I work
It
nights.
might be
and the
me
dog
at the window barking.
and the dog's been barking for 10 minutes. So I call you once, and then you never hear from me again. That's not something you're going to go out and investigate. But if I call you and say, look, I have a neighbor down the street that has their dog tied out 24/7. That dog never stops barking. So I call you. And then I call you again. Then I call you again. Then I call you about the 7th or 8th time. And before we get to that point, this gives you something that you can do about the situation.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
And that is exactly what we're trying to address, issues like that we can't address right now. We've gone so far as to charge people with disturbing the peace criminally, and that's something we don't want to do. And that's in a very extreme situation where we brought it to court. So we're trying to make something a little less than that, that's doable, that a lot of other communities have had success with, and that's what we're doing.
Have you also had situations where it was an educational issue, that people didn't understand the appropriate way to take care of an animal? Or, it's my ex's dog, I don't even want to have anything to do with that dog, take the dog, so the dog can go into a better situation. So you're talking about a chronic situation that people, it's a chronic disturbance problem, and truly could be neglect
Correct.
or cruelty.
And I might add, the animal control officer, if she hadn't said it already, I apologize if she has, actually has a flyer that she gives people, or a handout that says, I don't know, something about barking dogs, how to help them or deal with them or whatever. So,
Right.
you know what I mean? It isn't a punitive thing. It's not like trying to be aggressive or stormtroopers. This is trying to correct some problems.
Right, I understand. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question. You have, now when someone calls and you go to their house, do you measure off 150 feet? Because if they have a small dog like these two are talking about, 150 feet, you won't be able to hear them.
Then there won't be a
And
complaint.
then what kind of advice are you giving the owners? Because I'm a dog person also. And I can shut up a dog, quiet him down in 5 minutes. So are you giving them verbal advice, or what kind of advice that you're giving them? Because there's things on the market that you can suggest to the owners to use. And if they don't use it because they consider it offensive or whatever, then the burden of proof will be on them. But we do have ordinance now on the books from 8 in the evening until 7 in the morning or 8 in the morning for noise. So you have one venue to go to. And I think the state or the county that we used to belong to, they had their rules and regulations on noise too. So did you look into Plymouth County? Because we used to belong to Plymouth County at one time, but now we're on our own.
Well, the state does have laws in place, and a lot of the wording of this is from, what the state does. The issue is, to get to that level, it becomes an extreme situation. I'm trying to nip that in the bud and be proactive. So if I have a problem in a neighborhood, I'll go out And the warning isn't just a warning. I sit down and I talk to them. Let's talk about the dog. Why is it barking? When's it barking? What can we do? I work with dogs for many years. I love animals, and I know a lot about training. So I'll try to give them different techniques, rewarding good behavior. You know, have you taken the dog for a walk? Do you get him any new toys? Does he have water? Does he have shelter? It's snowing out. Those type of things. And if it doesn't work, then we'll take it to further levels and discuss the other options. So I'm not just leaving somebody high and dry. I'm trying to help them resolve the situation for the better of the dog.
I understand, but there are instruments on the market, and if someone's really interested in keeping their dog quiet, which they should, it'll keep them quiet, and the cost is less than your second fine.
Correct, and that you're talking about the no barking collars and the
Right.
sound deterrents. Correct, which I am familiar with, and if it got to that level, that would be suggested.
Because I say, once you recommend them, instead of firing them, fine them, instead of that, they can buy one, because I recommend that to one customer. And she was the happiest person after that, because all the neighbors were happy. Anyways, go ahead. Is it down any other questions?
Do you have any more questions?
That was number one.
No, I don't have any more questions about that.
And you are using your own professional discrepancies, so.
Yes, sir. I've worked with animals my entire life, and you know, again, everything that I do is hopefully for the betterment of everybody, not just the neighborhood and the complainer, but also the dog.
Okay, thank you. That's 1 and 2, right?
Yep.
Just remember, there's a lot of, when you come and present this stuff, there's a lot of dog owners in the town, as you know. And listen, I just think that for a long time your position was vacant and not really paid attention to, and I've heard a lot of great things about the work you're doing. And so I think if presented properly, people are gonna support you on it.
Thank you.
We'll see
Go
what
ahead,
happens.
number 3.
Okay, then the next issue is dangerous or potentially dangerous dogs. And in this town, we have a high number of aggressive dogs. I get reports of dog bites almost on a daily basis. We have a high number of pit bulls, and pit bulls are 77% of the breed of dogs that end up biting somebody. So it definitely is a big issue in this town that I want to address. There are certain things you can do if a dog bites that are humane to help with the public safety, and those are the issues that I want to address with this bylaw. It talks about a dog that once deemed dangerous by inflicting severe injury, or if it's killed a domestic animal, if it fits those guidelines, we're looking to have it wear a muzzle when it's off the owner's property. We're looking to have the dog on a short leash, a 3-foot leash, when it's walked off the owner's property, to be walked by an adult, not a child, and to have a secure containment on the owner's property. These are all for the betterment of the community. Just last week I had a pit bull that bit the owner's finger off, and right now we have no bylaw in place that I could immediately do something with that dog. So literally I had to leave the dog there, and if somebody's walking by the property, there was a chance that that person could get attacked, because once a dog bites, the chances of him biting again increase. So I'm looking for not leaving that property with an unsecured dog and saying, okay, your dog has caused this severe injury. We need to take extra safety precautions to prevent somebody from getting seriously injured by that same dog. And I can do something immediately at that very moment before I leave the property and make it a safer situation.
Any questions? If not, I think we do have rules on the book right now that you can do something immediately. If the dog bites a person, I think you're supposed to quarantine that dog for 14 days.
The quarantine is actually on the owner's property. It's a 10-day quarantine.
You quarantine in a closed position, in a closed area, they can't get out because of rabies. That's all you're doing is for rabies.
It's just for rabies. So that means that that person could have his this is factual, the person who had a 14-year-old son in the home the dog that bit his finger off, that 14-year-old son can take that dog out on a 12-foot leash, which he'd have very little control, so the dog could go to the bathroom, because you have to allow the dog to go to the bathroom, and a mother could be walking by with a stroller, and that dog could go after him, and that 14-year-old can't stop that dog from doing that. I want a muzzle on the dog, I want a short leash, and I want an adult that day.
I'm under the understanding when you quarantine a dog, he's quarantined in a confined area for him 14 days or 21 days.
It's 10 days and it's on the owner's property, but they do have to be able to take the dog outside to go to the bathroom.
If they're quarantined in the kennel, they can go in the kennel. That's what I'm saying. When they're confined, they're confined. If the dog with rabies goes up, any saliva coming from him will spread to the animal.
Correct, but the thing is like that pit bull, there may not be a kennel in place. They may not own a kennel. They may not have a kennel on the property. Legally, they can take the dog into their backyard and let it go to the bathroom. A 12-year-old kid or an 8-year-old kid can take that dog on a 10-foot leash in the backyard to go to the bathroom.
Now, you're only talking about dogs that have been shown to be dangerous position.
Correct.
You know, and for the record, I was joking about Mrs. Begley calling you on Neiman, because she wouldn't do that. You know, I don't know if I'm missing something here, but I'm not even sure I know what a pit bull looks like. But you say that there's a high population of pit bulls in Wareham? Where? Don't give me street addresses, but I've never seen a pit bull in Onset. No, I don't.
Up and down on
Pit bull.
Every single day.
See, I
I'm
remember
dealing
in
with
New
them.
Bedford, I think when I was living in New Bedford, we outlawed those dogs, pretty much.
Many towns do.
Well, a pit bull is on the list. If the animal control officer picks one up, I think the rule is 24 hours they can euthanize. If no one picks them up. There's 4 breeds of dogs that they can pick up. And an animal, if you bring them to the rescue, or not the rescue, but the pound, there's a limit, 24 hours. Most dogs, you have to be in the pound 5 days before, somebody to pick
So we
them
have
up.
a high volume of pit bulls, and see, I didn't know that.
Yes, very high. Don't get me wrong. I love dogs, and I'm not saying
No, I
that all
understand
pit
that.
bulls are bad.
Well,
I'm just saying that pit bulls have a higher risk of biting, and their bite is the worst of all bites. They're actually lock their jaws in such a way, in fact, with this person that got their finger bit off, the 16-year-old son was beating the dog, trying to get it off of his father. They just are like a loaded gun. So I'm just saying, let's take some extra safety precautions before somebody gets seriously injured. The majority of people who get injured by dog bite are young children, and it's most often the face. So I'm just trying to prevent that from happening.
well, I'll just make one quick comment and then finish. But I'll tell you when I get nervous about animals is when I go into the grocery store, or I go into like Walmart or a store, department type store, right? And you see kids out there with dogs around the entrances to the stores. And you see little kids, when they're walking in with their parents. First impulse for a little kid is to go over and pet that dog, right? And you don't know if that dog is safe or not. So I don't know if there's a rule about that, but you can't smoke within so many feet of an entrance, but yet they can have a dangerous dog there. And by the time it bites that little baby walking in the store, it's too late, right? So I don't know if there's any enforcement or any regulations about that.
Well,
But that would be a good idea, is to keep them away from the storefront entrances.
Well, I'm saying with this law, you'd know it's a dangerous dog because it'd be on a 3-foot leash with a muzzle on it.
Yeah, but when you drive away, they could just take that off, right? Right?
And then they would get a fine.
I understand that. But the kid they mutilate,
Mrs.
it's not going to help. I'm sorry.
Mrs. Begley?
So right now, there's nothing in place for any dog that you would consider was dangerous or potentially dangerous.
There are state laws that address the issue, but there's a process that you have to go through. With the bylaw, I would be able to do something immediately, right there and then. I wouldn't have to go through the prolonged process of getting the dog deemed aggressive and having the, go before the chief. I want to do something right that minute to prevent that dog who's already aggressive. That pit bull was covered with blood, and I had to leave it at the house with the 16-year-old and the 14-year-old. I didn't want to do that.
I understand. I mean, I've seen in other cities and it's not uncommon to see dogs walking around with muzzles on. There's certain breeds that, in order to have them within city limits, the dogs they're muzzled, and they have very humane muzzles now. But they'd never fit a Maltese, though, Steve.
That would be like his basketball in the car.
Well, if you research working with aggressive dogs, some of the solutions that are actually recommended is walking them on a short leash tends to reduce their aggression, and muzzling is actually a recommended form of working with an aggressive dog.
Mrs. Winslow? Now, do you have a bite rule? Because I know when I'm training dogs, I give them 3. Sometimes I only give them after the first one, but anyway.
At this moment in time, we don't have a bite rule, but with this, if they bit once, depending on the severity of it, we could put these measures in place.
Thank you very much. That was very informative.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So she said there was humane ways to deal with that. I always thought efficient ways to deal with it.
Mr. Sullivan's back.
Well, the good news is we have 18 to go. So
No.
actually 17, excuse me.
Are they all money? Are they all money?
No.
Not much of a chance of that happening tonight, brother. Go ahead.
Article 34 is for the
33.
33. That was the cruisers we jumped.
No, 34.
You already did that one.
34, Mr. Sullivan.
That was
I jumped that one before 32.
Sorry.
This is sponsored from the acting CETA director, and that is to appropriate $200,000 for the purpose of financing the repair, replacement, and/or upgrade of the septic systems, and that's the Title V program, and that's usually, my understanding is that's done through their grant, so it's low interest loans for people whose septics have failed, so they could, say, borrow $15,000 over a 10-year period. I'm just putting numbers out there, don't hold me to them, but at a low interest rate, a 2-3% interest rate, and they'll pay the money plus the interest back.
It's out of grant money.
Well, excuse me?
This is grant money.
Grant money. It's not coming out of the town, out of the general fund or anything like that. And there's a lot of language there, so hopefully I did it correctly. Obviously, we'd want to see, I believe somebody from the Friends of the Wareham Free Library would be here for Article 35. That's the donation of Spinney Library. And now I'm gone again.
I would like to give you all a copy of the release deed. There is no longer a reverter clause in effect. So I will, just a moment.
Priscilla, was that in the packet you gave us the other night?
To let you know about these release deeds prior to construction, we asked to have the reverter clause released. You don't want to really put a lot of money into a building that you could lose in a year or two. So the Spinney Memorial Group agreed to it. They were, or might still be, in the process of dissolving. So the chances were, when the building was finished, and if we didn't live up to our agreement, there'd be no entity to which it would revert. So that was a good portion of the reasoning, but also we didn't want to spend money on a building that might not be ours when we're done. But I believe we've gone over, I was here a couple weeks ago, we talked about part of having the town take the Spinney as a branch library. The Friends will fund the startup costs in the first 2 years of operations. And we do have the money in place right now to do that. So I guess we want to call it one library with 2 locations.
And that'll be all spelled out
Yes.
somewhere, right?
Yes.
Questions from the board?
Just-
Steve?
I would just, as I've told others tonight, that, this is going to be, money is what it is today, right? So I would just recommend that you, as I told Dr. Rabinovich and others, to make sure that you anticipate any and all questions and try to have all your ducks in a row, and good luck.
Thank you. And we're hoping to have all of our ducks in a row. We'll have all the figures, and hopefully be able to answer any questions that come along. And we'll do it on an ongoing basis, because we're going to have some public meetings to address any questions that come up prior
Okay.
to town meeting.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got number 36, huh? Well, 35. Oh, but they do the bingo balls now.
Lottery.
Number 36 is to basically update the FEMA floodplain maps, and this was inserted by I believe the planning board there. So it would actually be amending the Wareham zoning bylaws to update the current FEMA flood maps.
Mr. Chairman, if we could hold this till Saturday, that'd be good. A member of the planning board could be here, or representative of the planning department.
I'd welcome that.
I'm sorry?
Move it to Saturday.
Yes.
Move it to Saturday.
Move what?
This
Number
article.
36.
Let me just read.
Did you not hear?
I didn't hear the whole
I didn't think
thing.
you
No,
did.
He's on my
Say,
deaf side and
move
he's-
it, move it to Saturday. The suggestion
Move
was
to
to move it to Saturday so a member of the planning board could address this.
36.
Correct.
Okay, 37?
That was
37 is from CETA as well, and that's actually to expend interest that's earned from previous of the septic loan programs, to actually expend that interest that's been earned on there. The $200,000 grant, they do earn 2 to 3% interest on that, and they would like to use that basically for the cost of administration, and then actually put that into additional of the loan projects, so that we're actually taking that interest that we've brought in and put it out again to make more loans with that and such.
Questions from the board?
And then Article 38 is a community preservation article.
Oh, thank you. Good evening.
Evening.
The first before I begin, on the advice of town council, I it was asked of Justin Cole to review the figures. And I have his email saying that we're okay with the figures and the changes.
Okay, continue.
Article 1
Thank you.
for the CPC. To see if the town will vote to hear and act on the report of the Community Preservation Committee on the fiscal year 2013 Community Preservation Budget, and further to reserve for future appropriation from Community Preservation Fund FY 2013 estimated annual revenues, the following amounts as recommended by the Community Preservation Committee. 1, $21,200 to meet the administrative expenses and all other and proper expenses of the Community Preservation Committee for the fiscal year 2013. 2, $63,200 to open space reserves. 3, $63,200 to historic preservation reserves. And 4, $63,200 to affordable housing reserves to do or act in any manner relative thereto. This is the explanation. These amounts are the 10% required set-asides for affordable housing, historic preservation, and open space reserves, and 5% for administrative costs. Article 2 of 4, to see if the town will vote from community preservation funds, fiscal year 13, estimated annual revenues, the sum of $101,328 for payment of debt service on the Tremont Nail property, and further, the sum of $7,223 for payment of debt service on the property known as Bryant Farm, both voted for purchase by town meeting in April 2004, or to do or act in any manner relative thereto. This is our yearly debt service for Bryant Farm and Tremont Nail.
Okay, do you have any questions on the first one?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, that was my mistake. Go ahead.
Okay. Article 3 of 4, I move that the town vote to rescind Article 36 as voted in the spring 2011 town meeting, or take any action, any other action relative thereto. The explanation is that we were not able to require the full parcel of land described in Article 36, spring 2011 town meeting. This request to rescind Article 36 is so that funding for a new acquisition to be known as Wewianick Ahern can move forward. I have the legal explanation in the motion. It's printed out. I don't know if you have it with you, but the motion has the legal explanation or description of that property.
So this was, Mr.
Go
Chair,
ahead.
this was Article 36 from last,
2011,
okay, so from last spring.
yes.
So the town meeting had voted to, for a sum of money to purchase some property. You're asking to rescind this because it's going to be a different, it's
A
going to be the
different
same property.
configuration,
Okay, I understand. Thank
different lot configuration this
Okay.
time around.
Thank you.
Now, the explanation was sent in to Shirley at the office? Okay, thank you. Mrs. Winslow?
I don't have any questions.
Okay, continue.
Okay, this is the last of the 4. To see if the town will vote to appropriate from the Community Preservation estimated annual revenues or any other monies in the Community Preservation Fund under the category of open space pursuant to the Community Preservation Act, General Law C-44B, the sum of $430,000 for the purchase and improvement of the Wewianick Ahern River Corridor, including associated costs of Wewianick Ahern River Corridor as follows: to authorize the Wareham Conservation Commission and/or the Board of Selectmen to utilize these funds along with any state, federal, or other outside grants and funds to acquire by purchase, gift, or otherwise for conservation/passive recreation in fee simple land described as Assessor's Map 75, lots 1004, 96 LLC owner, and .33 acres of parcel 1003, 96 LLC owner, totaling plus or minus 19.69 acres, and further to authorize the Wareham Conservation Commission and/or the Board of Selectmen to grant to a nonprofit organization qualified and willing to hold such restriction a perpetual conservation restriction as required under GLC 44B Section 12A on said property or take any action thereto. Articles 3 and 4 are connected, and I have let Claire Smith, Town Moderator, know that these two are related. One is to rescind and one is to restructure the new configuration to fund that.
Angie, a quick question. Did the town accountant say whether you would be able to use the money timely if we followed this route? I know
did
that
not-
was the thing we had talked about.
Yeah, I did not get that response. I only got the response that the numbers that we went over were okay, were approvable.
Maybe we better give them another.
Another email?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, I'll do that.
Mr. Begley?
Angie, I have a question about the reconfiguration of the property. I remember the discussion that ensued with Article 36, and there was some concern raised about the possibility of there being any kind of toxic substances in or around this by Horseshoe Pond, right?
Yes.
There was some concern as to the soil conditions and those kinds of things. Has there been any sort of testing? Was there any kind of did you guys conform to like 21E? So that's
I'm
my
not aware.
question.
I am sorry, I'm not aware, but I can get that answer back to you. I will certainly confer with Dave Bichette.
Because I recall that whole discussion, and I can remember the discussion said that no, the distance was far enough away. But with the reconfiguration, that's my concern, that the town would purchase this for open space and then have kind of a toxic issue.
I understand. I will confer with David Bichette tomorrow, and I will email you as a board.
Great.
And
Thank
let you.
you.
Oh,
Excuse me, Sandy Slavin. The reconfiguration is that instead of buying or getting a conservation on 5 lots, we're only getting on 2, and these 2 lots were part of the original article. So that discussion regarding pollution had been discussed at that time and said it was not an issue because it was so far away from the dam.
they're not
So
different
this is not
properties.
new property. This is just a reduction in the amount of property we're buying. Did that?
Thank you.
Is it possible to get documentation assuring the voters that if they're going to expend almost $500,000, that there is no toxic issues?
Yes,
That would be helpful to have at town meeting.
that'll be done.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Derek?
So after the community preservation, we have the Wareham Affordable Trust for Article 42. I don't know if anybody's here from the...
I feel like a yo-yo. Sandy, Chair of Affordable Housing Trust. This was an article in order to bring our membership into alliance with all the other committees in town. So we are not replaced in total every 2 years. This will give us a staggered membership in our board, committee, commission, whatever we're called, our trust.
Question from the board?
Sorry, this is the first time I'm seeing this. So how would we do this? Because if right now is the way the wording is the way people have been appointed, so that the entire board has to be reappointed.
Every 2 years, 4 of the board are reappointed. Every year, the representative from the Board of Selectmen is selected. But the 4 of us are appointed every 2 years in total.
So would how would you start staggering it? Would it be that, because right now, you're all going to be expired on June 30th, correct? Well, just say this was the year. It was an even year. So say everybody was done June 30th and had to be reappointed.
Then I would say we would appoint somebody for 1 year, 2 people for 1 year, and another people for 2 years, and then the next time around, someone gets 3 years. But right now, there are 3 of us that will expire in 2013. A new appointment will expire in 2014.
I understand that, but it's not spelled out in the article. So I guess,
We just said that
no, we just said, but does it say that in the article?
what our existing board is made up of.
No. That
I must be missing.
it says to
sorry.
read, the trustees shall be appointed for a 3-year term, so arranged that nearly an equal number of terms shall expire each year commencing on July 1st and ending on June 30th, until such time as successor appointed should said appointed be delayed. So you're saying that they're going to be appointed for a 3-year term and staggered. So that's really, right. So that's really, someone would be extended 1 year,
Yeah,
someone would be extended.
enough so
Right,
that
so
we
I
start
understand.
working our staggered.
So,
So
we would
when
have
we
to,
come up
we would
in
have to
20
figure it out.
Yes, so when we come up in 23 of us will come up in 2013, then you'll start staggering us because our new member comes up in 2014.
I understand.
So we've got 3 of us that would be all at the same time. We're just saying, give us a chance to stagger our
Right.
committee so we don't lose all of our knowledge at the same time when you don't reappoint us in total.
Right. I understand.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Article 42 is earth removal regulations, and that'd be the
You might
Clean
wanna
Water
make-
Committee.
Derek, you might want to maybe that's part of our problem. I have trouble counting. 42, 43,
Oh,
not
jeez.
42, 42.
There you go. Oops.
So I lied by the amount that we have left.
So now should we go back and add up this budget thing that you gave us to?
Wow.
Maybe we'll find some money in there if you add it the same way.
I hope.
They're right after that, though. Because the next one's 44.
I'll be as quickly as possible. Eddie Pasevich, Chairman of Clean Water Committee. We're trying to move this along. We hope. The earth removal bylaw it has a couple of additions from the previous one we had, minor additions, but basically what this is, it's twofold. One is to protect Zone 2, where the water enters our aquifer and the earth removal is taking place. The other thing is to ensure that everybody in Wareham who's involved in earth removal is treated equitably and fairly.
While we're reading this, could I go ahead and make the motion to go beyond the hour of 10, since it's pretty clear we're going to finish the agenda? Do you want to go beyond? Aye.
I use a different format on this so that you could see what the original earth removal bylaw said and then what the change would be.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
could you, I mean, the article is lengthy. Could you kind of give this board kind of the highlights of the changes to the bylaw, please?
As I previously stated, we're going to prevent or not allow earth removal in Zone 2.
Right.
Zone 2 is where rainwater enters our aquifer, our drinking water. And the sand that's present there is used to filter the rainwater and clean the water as it enters our aquifer. So it doesn't make sense to have someone taking the sand away, which would limit the way the sand is cleaning our drinking water for the purposes of earth removal. The other main function of this whole thing is you see that there's a specific exclusion or exemption for agricultural activities. And for agricultural activities, they are not covered by this bylaw at all. But once they move into the earth removal section, they are in fact covered. And this section, as a matter of fact, is taken from Carver. If the cranberry industry is involved in earth removal in cranberries, that doesn't apply. If they turn around and start selling the sand in an earth removal function, it does apply. And by the way, this provides the town with 25 cents per cubic yard. That hasn't changed. Those are the main changes that we have in here. The others are there's some changes, like for instance, the old bylaw said you had to pay 25 cents per cubic yard. It didn't say when. So we've had earth removal operations that are currently in effect that haven't paid a nickel.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So we have a current bylaw that we have one earth removal permit in town, from what I understand.
That's correct.
And the current bylaw states that the permit holder is subject to a fee of 25 cents per cubic yard that's removed,
That's correct.
and that would go into general funds.
That's correct.
Mr. Andrews? Could you find out about that, please? Could you find out if the town has received these fees? We definitely have a record. We got the records of how much has been removed.
Sure thing.
And could you kind of look into that and let us know?
Yes, I'd be
Thank
happy
you.
to do that through you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on the earth removal? I made a Freedom of Information request for those records. There are no records on any payments.
Find out.
Well, we'll find out again. Any questions? If not, you want to move on to the...
Sure. The nitrogen article is based on all of the work that the Board of Health and the task force worked on for the last year and a half to 2 years. Basically, just let me give you a little background so you can understand this. The current draft, and this is from Dr. Joe Costa, the current draft for the Wareham River estuary system is going to require 33,000 pounds of nitrogen removed from it annually in order to get the river back in good shape. Now, the recent sewering that we went through, which was 720 homes, and this would include Mayflower Ridge, excuse me, and Agawam Beach, removed a total of 8,640 pounds annually from the Wareham River system, which means we have an additional 24,360 pounds to remove from the Wareham River system until when it will reach its full potential and be back to a clean, good river. The bylaw will not help us get rid of the $24,000. The 24,000 pounds. But what it will prevent is limit the amount of nitrogen that is being loaded from new construction. So instead of us having 24,360 pounds in a couple of years, we could have 30 or 40,000 pounds to remove because there's no limit on the amount of nitrogen that's going into any of these river systems. Now, just to alleviate any concerns, this only deals with new construction. It's got nothing to do with existing homes, failed systems, or anything else. It establishes a 12 parts per million standard, which is approximately a 62%. Which is a 62% loading of the nitrogen. And it has, and I'll repeat it again for the individual that made that comment, it has nothing to do with existing homes, failed systems, or anything else. It only addresses new construction. And if you read the article, you'll see that it specifies only new construction. So we're hoping to get this passed. The Board of Health has been working on this for a year and a half. They seem to be stalled. It's time for us to move forward. Any questions?
Mrs. Winslow?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Board of Health is working on these regulations,
That's correct. They've been working on it for the last year and a half.
and we're going to bring them to town meeting before, these
No.
aren't the Board of Health.
No, they were based on the Board of Health regulations. This is a bylaw.
Oh, okay.
But you reminded me one thing, just to add, the Coalition for Buzzards Bay fully supports this bylaw.
What about the Board of Health in Wareham?
I don't know where the Board of Health is. They haven't come up with a finalization of the regulations. They're still working on it. And it's been a year and a half, and they still haven't come up with the final regulations.
Okay, thanks.
Mrs. Begley?
Thank you. I kind of did a little bit of research and noticed that there are, I think that Bourne had, I believe it's a bylaw. I could be wrong, it could be a Board of Health regulation. But they did have some monitoring requirements for the nitrogen, the alternative systems, the alternative designs. So this would just kind of give I remember when the Board of Health expressed some concern as to fines or monitoring systems, but then what recourse did they have? They had some questions about fines and enforcement. So some of the issues that they brought up to support the regulations that they've already been working on, and there's been some really positive progress as of the last Board of Health meeting, this would kind of give a little bit of teeth to the regulations for the Board of Health.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
The next article is inserted by that was by Guy Campina for the water pollution control facility, and is to transfer a sum or sums of money for the construction and installation of a 150,000 gallon water pollution control equalizing tank. Such sums of money to be funded from the water pollution control certified retained earnings, or take any action related thereto. I don't have an explanation for you on this one. I haven't had a chance to speak to Mr. Campina on the background there. But I think what I'd ask from him, if it's okay, is to produce a memo to send out to everybody so we could get the proper explanation on that.
In the sum. Because I do recall, Mr. Chair, if I may, I do recall seeing I think it was an email from today from Mr. Campina, and the sum was significant. Sum of monies. Do you recall, Mr. Andrews?
Mr. Chairman, I was going to make that same comment. I believe this is the containment system that will control some of the smell around the areas of Linwood and Ladd. So why don't we have Mr. Campina write us a full memo with regards to that content of it, but also the actual amount.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Derek, if you do check, I think something did go out today that we did receive.
Okay, I was
Okay. But go ahead and do
later
it
in
again
the
to make sure.
afternoon with my emails.
Yeah, there was about four different ones, so try to make it just one.
The next articles are going to be the petitioned articles, and the first one would be, it was inserted by the Wareham Historical Society.
Good evening.
Hi.
My name is September McCarthy, and the Board of Directors of the Wareham Historical Society voted to submit this petition article. The language is very simple. It's modeled after a petition that was done a couple of years ago to rescind the similar language that had been placed or proposed and passed at town meeting on the Kendrick Museum. We are asking to rescind the preservation language on the Fearing Tavern as voted at fall 2006 town meeting, Article 24. Three basic reasons. When that was agreed to, that preservation restriction was agreed to by the Historical Society in 2006, it was presented as a requirement in order to receive CPA funds, and that it basically was simply a formality and there were no financial or legal obligations or implications for the society. We were provided with a draft of this restriction in fall of 2011. From that draft, we learned that there are financial implications for the society as well as for the town. There are legal implications also. In addition, when we asked questions about it, the chairperson of the Community Preservation Committee consulted with town council, and based on, some of the questions were based on some research that we had done ourselves. Town council at that point confirmed that a historic preservation restriction in return for receiving CPA funds is a recommendation by the state and the Community Preservation Coalition, not a requirement. Second reason is the Wareham Historical Society has owned the Fearing Tavern since 1958. And when we received it at that time, its condition was so poor that the Wareham Fire Chief wanted it condemned and torn down. The Historical Society fought very hard to raise the funds, to gather the experts, and to accomplish its restoration as a historical property. It is likely the oldest structure in town, having been begun in 1690, the original part of it built by Isaac Bump in 1690, etc. The Historical Society for the last 50 years has continued to maintain that property in as authentic a condition as possible. We intend to continue to do so. We have no intention of selling it, and hopefully for the next 50 to 100 years it will remain a part of the history of Wareham and a museum that people can come and visit and that Wareham can be proud of. Any historical preservation restriction would be a much less time period than that. They average anywhere from 15 to 30 years. In other words, it's not necessary. The Wareham Historical Society's charter is to preserve the history of Wareham.
Excuse me,
And
Mrs. McCarthy, formality. Motion to go beyond the hour of 10.
We already did.
Oh, sorry, when I was in the ladies' room. Okay.
that's okay.
Thank you.
That's all right. Just moving on, the third reason, it has to do with the financial and administrative implications of the HPR on the holder of the HPR, which would be the town, or as specified in the draft, the Wareham Historic Commission. There's no evidence at this point that the town is prepared to carry out these responsibilities in a knowledgeable and responsible way. Not a criticism of them, but on the Historic Commission, there is no expert in historic architecture. There are no guidelines for making any decisions about appropriateness of exterior changes or maintenance, etc. The Historic Commission does have a preservation study, which in fact was funded by CPA funds in 2007, done in 2007, and the recommendation in that report is for the Parker Mills Historic District to be expanded to include the Fearing Tavern. If that were to happen at that point, then the Historical Society would be required to go before the Historic District Commission in order to get approval of appropriateness for any exterior work, changes, etc. The advantage of that to us is that the Historic District Commission is required by state law and by bylaw to have an architect as a member, as nominated by the Association, International Association of Architects. So they have some expertise in this. This is something that they regularly do. So at this point, we are simply asking that the town rescind the requirement of a historic preservation restriction on the Fearing Tavern, and that we be allowed to proceed from there.
Any questions for the board? Mrs. Brady?
Hi,
Hi.
Ms. McCarthy, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Very well,
Thank you.
thanks. So, who owns the building?
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
Who owns the building? Who owns Fearing Tavern?
The Historical Society does, and the Historical Society is an independent, nonprofit organization, not a town department.
Right, so the town doesn't own the building.
No.
And has any other funds other than CPA funds been through grants or any kind of monies that required a preservation restriction? Has that Fearing Tavern been a recipient of those funds?
Of no other funds that require a preservation restriction. Of course, it's been the recipient of many funds through its restoration process, et cetera. Actually, the only CPA funds that we have received and used in regards to the Fearing Tavern was an appropriation or a grant of $1,350 for repairing a bulkhead and doing some repairs around the front of it.
Do you understand my question?
Alan Slavin, Historical Society Director. Your answer is no.
Okay, so no other funds?
No.
Nice. I have another question for you, but that certainly broke my train of thought. So the Historical Society owns the building. You're saying that in 2006, Article 24 you didn't have a preservation restriction prior to 2006.
Correct.
Went on there because
Because the Community Preservation Committee insisted that it was required
requirement,
in
and
order
it's
for a
not.
subsequent. Correct.
Okay.
But not by law. The Community Preservation Committee has implemented a policy requiring this.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but legally, it's not a requirement.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Uso?
No, I would just actually, thank you for that explanation. I would just recommend to you, same I've recommended to others, that when you get up at town meeting, be very clear and, don't get too muddled in it, but because I don't think most people will even understand what you're talking about. Right?
Well,
and you're asking them to vote on something, to rescind something. I think you really need to
that they
try to
voted
make
5
it
years
as
ago, and
easy
memories are short.
to
6
understand
years.
as you can.
Yeah.
Even if you had some pictures to put up or something to
Okay.
might help your case.
All right. Yeah, I thought maybe a one-page flyer with a before and after picture of the Fearing Tavern from 1958.
I don't know that that has anything to do with what you're asking them, but something to explain to them what this is will be very helpful.
Okay.
Any other questions? Derek? Thank you, Mrs. McCarthy.
Thank you.
The next article we have is Article 47, which would be setting a financial cap for sewer work in a specific neighborhood. The first signer always has the honor of having their name listed there, and that would be Barbara Gomes Beach. So I don't know if there's anybody else from that petitioned article.
Finally. Good evening. I have to switch glasses here a second. First of all, thanks for the opportunity to speak to you about the Oakdale Betterment Association. While I'm speaking for OBA, for the residents of OBA, I'd like you to know that there is a long history of residents in that area who have been loyal tax-paying citizens of Wareham. My particular family have been here for over 100 years, and in all that time we have owned our properties and we have paid our taxes. Our petition does not have the intention to not pay our fair share. However, we feel very strongly that this must be based on a formula that is equitable and fair. We started getting information about what our betterment fee was going to be quite a while ago. In fact, if I remember, it's been at least a year, maybe longer. We couldn't understand and agree to what the estimated betterment would be for the Oakdale Quemeset neighborhoods, because that project is coupled together. So we started as a group of 3 or 4 people actually talking about it, and then we decided to do some research. And in addition to the research, we came up with the idea and the conclusion that we needed some legal help with this, so we hired an attorney. We have been doing research on this idea of Oakdale Quemeset paying an estimated $22,000. While we understand that that is not a final figure, we wanted to know for ourselves what we thought would be a fair and equitable fee based on other projects that have already been done. For example, previous project areas have assessed betterment fees of from $12,000 to $17,000. Yet the estimated fee for Oakdale Quemeset is being set approximately at $280 per linear foot versus a recorded $210 foot for others. Our financial analysis indicates that this is a 33% increase. According to town officials, this is the betterment fee for the $22,000 per property owner or more. We feel this is substantially higher than the other estimates. I could give you, and we do have information on what the individual betterment fees for the other neighborhoods are, and we have information that goes back to doing that. One of the things that we discovered is that our neighbors and the residents don't understand that not only will they be paying a betterment fee, but they will also be paying for a connection fee, a permit fee. Anyway, there are other fees that they're going to be paying in addition to the betterment fee, which is really going to kick up the amount of money that they need to pay. People in our neighborhoods are middle class. We hope they're all middle class. But this amount of money, if indeed is going to be set at the 22 figure, is going to be very, very difficult for people. And we feel that a lot of people will be losing their homes and will not be able to stay. If Wareham wants to continue to be a growth town and bring in and keep its middle class residents, then we feel that the equitable fee must be the fee must be changed so that it's more equitable. Our warrant indicates or says we want to see if the town of Wareham will vote to set a financial cap for the sewer work to be charged to the Oakdale Quemeset neighborhoods, a betterment fee of not more than $18,000. I have other information, and if you want to ask questions of me and Ronnie, you know Ronnie. Our neighborhood, I'm sorry, Mr. Cruz, our neighborhood has not been very politically active. This has galvanized the two neighborhoods, or at least the neighborhood of Oakdale, and we've brought our neighbors in Quemeset on. This does not mean that we want other neighborhoods to pay less or to pay more. We just want there to be an equitable formula, as stated way back in 2002 for a lot of paperwork that says that the formula was going to be equitable, spread across the entire town and the homeowners in the town. We don't feel that this has been done, and we'd like this board to take a look, to revisit the issue of how the formula was set, how the financial formula was set for all of the town, but most especially because it is to our self-interest and to our neighbors of our paying a 33% increase in a betterment fee versus some of our neighbors.
And
Thank
excuse
you.
me, before you, let me just intervene here for 1 second. It's easy to understand the dollar figures when we talk about 15,000 as opposed to 22,000, because the argument always comes up Well, yours is higher because you don't have as many homes, and that's exactly right. It's very easy to see. However, when you do an analysis and you break it down to dollars per linear foot, you see a big discrepancy there. Then when you add to that the fact that the two contracts were only bid some maybe 12, 14 months apart, you come up to the conclusion that 33% to 45% isn't logical. It doesn't make any sense. Then when you factor in the fact that in 2011 the economy was not as robust as it was back in 2006 and 7, and you figured you also figure that the contractors in the contracting industry normally during a down period tend to bid less because they need the work. They don't bid more, they bid less. So when you look at the total linear cost per foot, you see a wide disparity there because it just doesn't make sense. So like I've said before, somebody wasn't watching, you know. The hen house was open and people just took advantage. Look, that's the way I feel about it. That's the way I feel about it.
Point of order. We're talking about the warrants?
That's exactly what we're talking about. And I'm giving you some rationale as to why, I'm giving you some rationale as to why.
Point of order. To see if the town will vote to set a financial cap for the sewer work to be charged to the Camisa neighborhood of no more than $18,000. Now, I'm going to ask the board if they have any questions.
I have a question, but I think it's going to be more for Attorney Bowen. How would an article like this on town meeting floor work if town meeting were to, and I'm not suggesting that I agree or disagree with what, I'm just curious about the mechanics of this as we get closer to setting a betterment. If this article were to pass on town meeting floor and the betterment was capped at $18,000, we're still paying on that loan, but we're not bringing in the same amount of money. Where in the budget would we be looking to recoup that, whatever that additional sum is, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 per home? Would that be coming out of the sewer budget, or would that be coming from the town side?
Mr. Chairman, with your permission to Mrs. Winslow, probably not a legal question, but I think I can answer it anyway.
Okay.
If there's a shortfall between the amount that the betterments take in and the actual contract cost, that amount is going to have to be made up one way or the other. And it could be made up off of, I assume, the general tax base. It could be made up off of user fees. I won't say that it could be made up of changes in connection or privilege fees, because those usually have to relate to very direct kind of costs. But this is the legal part of the answer. The contractors have to be paid, and if there's a contract price that's been agreed to, then that's the amount that's going to have to be paid. Now, can you go back and redo everybody's betterments and raise betterments that have already been assessed? That would be very tricky.
Well, that was my next question, was that if we were to look at these processes going back these past few contracts, I was under the impression that once we set a betterment, we can't go back. I mean, those contract costs would increase for those homeowners. And that was the whole argument when we set the betterment for contract one, was that the contract one people had been led to believe that they were part of one particular contract, and that any attempt to combine them with another contract would lead to an increase in their fees.
Well, with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I could probably come up with, in fact, I know of a way that you could go back and revise people's betterments. It would be politically impossible, I would say probably politically suicidal, and it would be extremely difficult to carry off. I mean, the chances of carrying it off would be it would be a long shot, but I can come up with a way of doing it. Whether I recommend it or not, well, I guess that's a policy question.
Well, my final question would be this. If this article passes town meeting, is it a binding article?
You know, with your permission, Mr. Chairman, at this point, you know, Kara, that's something I've been thinking about since I first got a look at this one. And generally, the authority to set betterments is conferred by town meeting. You know, usually when you do your project authorization vote, you know, I could change my mind between now and town meeting.
No, that's all right. I mean, you want to...
But, you know, I'm just trying to answer candidly here. You know, sitting here right now, I think if town meeting says it's a cap of 18,000, it's a cap of 18,000. I'm acquainted with an event like this that happened in the town of Plainville recently, where the betterments in Plainville had been set at a higher rate, and there was a town meeting vote to reduce them. You know, I do think town meeting would probably have the final say on it, but I'm still studying.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Begler?
I'm wondering about, this is for you again, Attorney Bowen. I'm wondering about the legality, kind of same idea of the questions from Selectman Winslow. If, say, there was a difference of $4,000 per home, and we have to determine how that's going to be paid. So if it came out of the sewer enterprise fund, that would mean people who have already paid their betterment get to pay extra. And that would also mean that people who are not sewered but maintain a septic system would have to pay through taxes. Is that correct? So in order to decrease that amount to $18,000, other citizens in the town would have to supplement that amount of money in some way, because it's already been contracted and it's already pretty much been paid. I think we have some bills here that are 98% paid, et cetera, et cetera. So I know this is, you don't have a crystal ball, none of us do, but would this generate some angst from sewer users that have already paid gone through the other formula?
Mrs. Beach?
Can he answer my question first, please? Oh, sure. Thanks.
Well, it's a challenging question, and I'm looking at my crystal ball right here, and it's empty. But if people in this particular neighborhood had already prepaid betterments at some higher level, and I'm assuming that's what you were referring to, and the betterment was reduced to a lower level, then, I mean, hey, I think you'd have to give them back the difference. I don't think it would be appropriate if somebody had paid $22,000 as a betterment and, you know, was wealthy enough or fortunate enough to be able to write the check for the whole thing and say, here you go, and all of a sudden the betterment went down to 18, I think you'd be giving them back the $4,000.
Well, I think you misunderstood.
Oh.
I think if the betterment is assessed at $22,000 because that's the cost of the project, but we decrease the betterment to cap it at $18,000, there's still $4,000 per home owed on the project.
Correct.
So that's my question, is where does that money come from? I mean, it could be significant.
With your permission, Mr. Chairman, yeah, when I started off, I said it probably wasn't a legal question, and it probably still isn't, but I'm in the game, so here I go. You know, ultimately, if that's going to be a policy decision for the board to decide on where, if there's a shortfall, where that shortfall will be made up from. As your lawyer, I couldn't tell you what pocket that would be taken from. Frankly, I don't know. But as your lawyer, what I can tell you is the contractor must be paid, and if the amount of betterments that are taken in are not enough to pay the contractor, then another pocket is going to have to be, well, picked is the wrong word, but, you know, I'll say opened.
Well,
Excuse me.
Mr. Chair, I think I'd like to make a statement here. I understand your legal thing here. I think you need to understand that Oakdale, the OBA, first of all, does not advocate that our neighbors who have already gotten their betterments and are paying on them should pay for any shortfall that comes for or that would be determined for the Oakdale Quemesit betterment fee. Our fee is still being estimated at the $22,000 figure. That's an estimate. We took that because that's what we're hearing from the town, or from sources, etc. So that figure may be high. It may be 19. It may be 18. I don't think all of the figures are in there. The other part, so we're not advocating that our neighbors pay our any shortfall. What we would advocate is that there is an entire listing of funds that the town had access to and may still have access to, and there may be funds there that we think have not been tapped that could be used to pay for any shortfall. We're asking that you take a look, revisit the issue. Now, I don't know what the 1, 2, 3 aspects of that is, Mrs. Bagley, and I know you're going to ask that question. We don't know. What we do know is that our estimated betterment fee, as we were being told, in relationship to what has already been set as betterment fees, and Agawam still doesn't have theirs, and they were being told $35,000. We're saying, take another look. There's something wrong here where a betterment fee will jump 33 to 39% from start to finish. There's something wrong with those figures. There's something wrong with that formula. That's what we're asking. So in order to be able to get on the books, to get our voice heard, we put a petition together. This is a group of people who have never done anything like this. We did our own research, and then when we got to a point where we felt we needed legal help, we hired an attorney. People who don't have a lot of money chipped in and hired an attorney. We want what's fair and equitable. That's the bottom line.
Thank you. Just one quick minute, please. Just one quick second here. We're talking about funding, and like she said, we're not asking, and we surely don't want anyone who's already has a payment to pay as far as a betterment to pay anything additional. In our research, we've come across and we found some possible available fund sites, such as the State Revolving Fund, the I have my glasses, the SRF, the Sewer Enterprise Fund, which we know there's money there. Everybody's trying, other people are trying to get it. Why can't we use some of it? The Stabilization Fund, for instance, the Sewer Retained Earning Fund, the Sewer Enterprise Fund Retained Earning Account, supposedly some $5 million, the Sewer Betterment Retained Earning Account, the Wastewater Enterprise Fund account, the Water Pollution Control Enterprise Fund. So in us doing our research, we've come across lots of different areas, and I don't know what's there and exactly how they can be used. All we're saying is that let's give a little bit of insight into this. There's been an equity involved here. The process might not have been fair as far as we're concerned. We're asking, like she said, let's take another look at this. Let's dig a little deeper and see if we can come up with a way to come up with this shortfall that obviously is going to be there, whether it's $1,000 or $20,000. That's all we're asking.
But
Just, you listed a lot of funds there, Mr. Robinson. I just want you to understand that those funds were generated by people paying their betterments, people paying interest on their betterments, people paying the EDU rate, the sewer fund, the fee that we have to pay every year. This is for the maintenance of the sewer system and the water treatment facility itself. It's not meant, if it was meant to supplement people's betterments, then it would have been supplementing people's betterments. And I wasn't on this board with the SRF, but we kind of missed the boat on contract 3 with the SRF funding. But I believe, am I right? The previous board with the SRF funds was used for this particular project, or no? Yes. So those have already been used. So I beg your pardon? Thank you. So I think that I understand that no one wants a betterment of $22,000. My hope is, and I'm sure you heard me at the last meeting, that I want to know the cost of these people need to plan their lives. I get it. I don't want anybody to pay these extraordinary fees. I don't. But if the work is done and the bills need to be paid, my hope is that the betterment fee would be less. But if it's not, if it is as high as $22,000, where will the difference come from? And that's my concern, is I know that you don't want to create, to put that financial burden on your neighbors or other citizens of the town. But there has to be something in place to make up the difference if that happens. So that's my concern. Like, where is the money going to come from? If it is indeed above $18,000, it has to come from somewhere. So it's either going to come from the general taxpayers, or it's going to come from the current sewer users, because that sewer enterprise fund isn't just kind of a rainy day fund. The purpose of it is for the sewer users, the system, and the water pollution control facility.
Mr. Holmes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Whether I disagree or agree with the article matters not. But I'd like to just clear a couple things up. First, this article is not asking us to look at anything or to give anybody a fair shake. This article states to see if the town will vote to set a financial cap on sewer work to be charged to Oakdale Cremisic neighborhoods betterment fee of no more than $18,000. That's what it says. And this just came up a couple weeks ago when we were discussing Westfield. It doesn't matter what the discussion is, it's what's written down. Point number one. To my learned friend, you have more hoops. This is your issue, and it will be your issue, because the Board of Sewer Commissioners, like it or not, it was the previous board, when my friend Mr. Chet was here last, we went through this on contract number 1, and we talked about betterments, and we talked about fees, and we talked about setting betterment fees. And my recollection is, and I know he's watching, is that you can go back to a betterment fee that's been set to lower it. And he had the law, and we had the law out that night. But you cannot go back there and increase it.
I think that's right, by the way.
And my memory's not that good, so if I'm close, I'm really close here.
I think you're in the neighborhood.
So here's the point. The Board of Sewer Commissioners took a vote that night to separate these betterments in terms of the contract. And therefore, contract number 1 was set at a fixed fee of 15 change, right? So therefore, contract 2 was set at that point by that sewer commissioner group of the cost divided by the number, plus there was a mixture of contract 1 and 2. So you may have to look at it this way, Mr. Bowen, that betterment has already been set by the sewer commissioners. The dollar figure isn't specific, but the formula is. And now we're saying, hey, let's take that decision and override it by town meeting vote, and whatever it is, make it 18. right? So what's to stop Chet? I apologize, brother. What's to stop Chet from coming back in here 3 weeks from, well, he can't do it 3 weeks from now, but in September, October, and say, put a warrant article on here that says, contract one, people, Parkwood, you know what? We want our sewer betterment fees to be capped at $10,000. Goes to town meeting, you get a bunch of sympathetic people there, they all vote yes, and now the contractor's already been paid. It's not that we have to pay the contractor. We got to repay a loan. We've already paid the contractor, right? And that interest is climbing. And now the way that the formula was done, like it, don't like it, agree with it, don't agree with it, we got to pay that bill.
I agree.
And so where would the money come from? Right? That's.
Okay.
I think
Mr.
you
Holt,
know.
are you finished?
You and I have talked about this many times.
Yeah.
Okay, if
But
he's,
my point is, strategically now, what happens? And what's to stop old Rose Point from coming back and saying, hey, you know what, 13's too much? We want to put a thing on town meeting. Is town meeting now going to set betterment fees when they have no idea what went into building that sewer system?
Mr. Chairman, I'll even add a variation.
yeah,
What if,
Mr. Bowie?
what if a neighborhood, thank you, Mr. Chairman, what if a neighborhood that might be looking at a $35,000 betterment said, hey, if we average this neighborhood with ours, that'll bring ours down from 35,000 and bring theirs up to 25,000. You know, so I agree with you. There are many variants on it. You're absolutely right. It's you know, in principle, and this gets to what I was saying to Kara about I'm still studying it. In principle, this sort of thing can be done, but it's so fact specific as to when, as you put it, the right to betterment or the amount of betterment vests to each property. You may be right. I mean, maybe by virtue of the formula that was voted, maybe that amount has already vested with these properties, and then in that case, you know, maybe you can't change it. But I'm looking at it.
Okay, right now, this is a warrant that goes before the people. It's the people that's going to vote on it. Okay? If, I don't want to go back in time, but I'm going to mention. It was 3 ways to divide this equally amongst the whole 3 units, and it would have been $22,000. You can vote this for $18,000. It can stay at $18,000. Once you put the price in, if it's more, you can reduce it, but if it's less, you can't raise it. And the betterment for all the other areas already set, so there's no going back. Even on contract 1, it's set at $15,000. There's no going back. They're going to pay. Now you set this at $18,000. It's easy as 1 and 2. 1 and 1 is 2. It's easy. You pay it. We have to pay it. It's an enterprise fund. Enterprise fund will pay it itself. Whether if the enterprise doesn't have the money in it, then the only other way you can get it from the enterprise fund is EDU rate.
So other sewer users, people who are already on sewer
On,
would pay it.
already on sewer, it's like everything else. It's the
ridiculous.
sewer, it's the enterprise fund is self-sufficient.
So people who have already paid their betterments and are currently paying sewer would
The
supplement?
betterments stay the same. You don't touch the betterments. Once the betterment is set, it's set. Now, if there's a deficit in the enterprise fund, the only way they can make up the deficit, which they don't have a 2.5% tax
So the
thing, they can
current,
go up.
the current sewer users would supplement the budget.
If there was a deficit,
So there would be a deficit if the betterment capped at $18,000 was in fact more.
if the deficit was, if they have X amount of money.
Okay.
It's like a company going in business. You start a business, you may go in debt, and then you come out of it in 5 years or 10 years or whatever it takes. But anyways,
I think that's
the
a
thing is,
logical conclusion.
it goes to the town, and it's up to the town to vote on it.
I would just make the same recommendation that I made to others tonight. This is one of those articles
Make
pay
su-
as
right.
to answer as many questions as you can. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Sullivan?
I'm sleeping in the back. Yeah, because you let people talk to you.
Good evening, my name
Well,
is...
I didn't tell you to read 48 articles.
Can I make it to the last two?
We're almost done.
Hi, Joe Mulkern, White Tunis Avenue. I submitted this article here to the selectmen. It was an article that was on the warrant last year in April, and that was probably the first meeting I ever went to. And it was just tabled. And I was shocked because moving into town and seeing all these condemned buildings was unbelievable. And then I started doing some research, and there's quite a few. I think there's about 12 now that are ready for demolition, and this is just residential, not commercial. So I changed the wording with the advice of town council and who else? The other gentleman was, and Mr. Sullivan, I think it was, and to see if the town will vote available funds $30,000 to defray the cost of demolition of derelict property and to defray the cost of tax title filing in the town treasurer's collector's office, or to do or act in any manner relative thereto. Any questions?
Mr. Chair, I just have I have one question, thank you. I thought that there was money in the budget for this type of stuff. Is there not, Mr. Andrews?
We have $25,000 set aside. I think what Mr. Mulkern is saying that this issue is so pervasive around town, and he's been in on my office hours on Thursdays, that we really want to ramp this program up. We want to make certain that we can get to as many properties as we can through you, Mr. Chairman. We have $25,000 set aside.
So we have 25, so what you really want is to increase that 25 to 55.
Yes, because we have I figured out there's about 12 buildings right now that we have we're just sitting on, and it's just, I went around this weekend looking at the things, and it's unbelievable. In fact, I found someone living in one of these condemned buildings, and I notified the Board of Health about that because it shouldn't even be on the property.
Right.
And I went up to another place, and just because it's a derelict building, I walked around the back, and guess what? It's a dump, because you walk around the back there, and there's all kinds of hazardous materials that these contractors are dumping because nobody's behind this building looking at it, and it's a shame. I've lived in Massachusetts all my life. I've been in the service for a couple of years, was always away, and I've never seen a town in Massachusetts that has the number of derelict buildings. It's sad, you know. Yeah, I come down here to the town meeting down Sandwich Road, and there's 3 of them right on the way. It's sad to look at that every day, you know, and it just got to me, and I figured someone has to get up and speak about the issue.
I don't disagree with you, Mr. Mulkern. I'm just, well, first I'm trying to make sure that I understand what you're asking for. But you also realize that the $30,000 that you're looking for here has to come from somewhere else in the budget.
Right.
And that if this is approved on town meeting floor, that we have to know we can't have an unbalanced budget. Budget has to be balanced.
I understand that. But
Okay. So did you...
Talking to the treasurer's office, they're telling me that we're about $3.5 million that are owed by people that haven't paid their taxes, and I'm sure a lot of these buildings here are derelict in that situation. And if we tear them down, and other towns have done it, you auction these things off, the town is going to end up making money, and we're going to get rid of this blight in the town. It's a sad thing to look at, you know.
Well, I understand what you're talking about, and I agree with you about the concept of a program such as that. I just want to make sure I understand that we're going to increase that budget line item to $55,000, but the $30,000 has to come from somewhere. Are you suggesting the treasurer's budget?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Question?
I guess I've attended several Board of Health meetings, as you know, and a lot of these properties, they're constantly on there. In fact, it's so overwhelming with properties that have unsafe living conditions that are occupied, and so much time is spent on those that the Board of Health has asked that they no longer deal with the abandoned properties, even though they can present a health hazard on their own, and just the building department deal with it. So I agree with you that it is a problem. I'm not sure, and I agree with Selectman Winslow about that it has to come from somewhere. But the cost of tax title filing, perhaps it can come from tax liens, that's how we're going to recoup the money. But without a place for the $30,000 to come from, hopefully that can be discussed prior to town meeting, and maybe even amended on the floor.
Stones?
Yeah, I would say that just a comment. Hey, Joe, how are you? Thank you. Two comments. One, between Miles Burke, Director of Building Inspectional Services, and Bob Ethier, Board of Health agent. Both have done a lot of work in a lot of the homes that we see when we're driving around. These guys are already working on, and some of them take a while. It gets into legal battles with these attorneys, and they like to stretch that out. I mean, look at Main Street, how long it took us to get that building down. And the only way we were able to get that down between Miles and Bob was the roof had a hole in it. So they were able to move that process. But it's that, Kara and Mrs. Begley are absolutely right. You can't circumvent the town meeting process by putting a citizen's petition in for 30 grand, because depending on when the bingo balls bounce, you're going to have to come up with a $30,000 cut in this thing, right? And you're going to have to do that. So have you guys discussed in your meetings to get this program in place where that would come from specifically?
Yes, we have.
You did?
Yep.
And it would come out of John Foster's Treasury collector budget, right?
No, right.
Okay. You got the money to pay for it. Good luck.
Mr. Chair, can I just clarify really quick? Putting a tax lien on the property doesn't put the money into the budget. That doesn't necessarily mean that that gets paid. I understand the program, Mr. Mulkern, that you're talking about. It's become very popular, and I've been reading a little bit about it online since I've been quite sick. And basically, it's almost like a revolving fund where the town funds a specific amount and expends it on these demo projects and the tax title process and such. And then as the properties are sold, either through tax auctions or purchased by a private buyer, and those liens are paid off, that fund is replenished. But that's not what your petition is. Your petition is to take $30,000 and add it to an existing line item, which means that $30,000, which is a job in the town hall, has to come from somewhere in the existing budget.
Well, I'm not a lawyer or anything, and I'm sure $30,000 is cheap money when it comes to cleaning up the town.
I'm not suggesting that it's not, or even that it's not a great idea. What I'm saying is that I think that the way that the petition article may have been written was not I understand exactly what you're trying to do, and I agree that it's a great way to address the issue, and it gives us more leverage and more financial strength to deal with the problem. But I think what we're all trying to point out is that the way the petition article is written requires $30,000 to come from some other line item in the budget as it exists today. So if there's $50,000 in treasurer collector salaries, and we're going to take $30,000 out of that to put it towards this if it passes at town meeting, then there's only $20,000 left in that line item. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page about that piece of it.
Well, I thank you very much for coming forward, but I'm going to have a little spill on this. It's a good idea. Town administrator said there's 25,000, and the way to do it is, I'm all for what you're talking about. You tear them down. You got an empty lot, you can sell it a lot quicker than you can with a derelict building on it. Because it takes, well, even though it takes maybe 5 or 10,000 to tear it down, and there's ways you can do it better than that. But anyways, at least you can recoup your money, because you put a lien on it and you recoup it. But that 30,000 is only going to get you maybe 5 houses.
I won't even get that much. I get estimates $25,000.
Well, there's another way to do it, but anyways, we'll go into that. But anyways, thank you very much.
We're now on petitioner article. It's number 49, and it was inserted by Mr. David Rotella.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to excuse myself at this point. Thank you.
Good. How are you guys?
Good. Go ahead and walk us through. Identify and walk through the article.
My name is David Rotella. I live in Onset, 23 Nanumet Street. There's a piece of town, there's a paper street behind my house. I'm interested in a portion of it. When I started this a couple of years ago, I had gone to downstairs, found out if it was town-owned, owned by a builder, found out it was town-owned. I only wanted a section of it, but was explained from the town, from lawyers, you need to buy the whole portion of the land. Then you can.
You realize he's sitting right next to you, right?
I realize it. Well, this is even before Rich. That you need to buy the whole portion of it. You can't subdivide the piece of property that I want from the town. I'm just looking to. I got a young family. We come down here a lot during the summer. We got friends, family. Looking to have a nice fire pit area that we can cook out, do our hot dogs, sit out by the fire at night. And I don't want to, it's how I understand that the town property, you know, I guess it's a 20-foot wide piece of property, and I actually do have papers for you, Rich, if you want. I guess I am entitled to 10 feet out of the 20 feet wide. I don't want to just go into town property and just start decimating it and doing something illegal. So the right way to do is to buy it, own it, and then do what whatever I want to do. I don't need all the land, but it's the portion I need. I have to buy the land to get the portion that I need. And like I said, I don't want to go do something. I don't want to clear cut it myself. As far as I know, just clear cutting land is illegal. And the only way to get this extra land is to go through the chains that I've been going through for 2 years, between going to the Plymouth County Registry of Deeds to find out who owns it. The guys in the town hall over here have been great. It's been a long process. There's been no examples. Mr. Andrews has had Mr. John Charbonneau doing it for the last couple of years. Spoken to John Foster. I've been up and down the stairs in the town hall talking to everybody. So I think we're pretty much at the end of the road, I hope. And
well, you're almost there, maybe, right?
I hope so.
But I would just suggest to you, as I have the rest of the evening, people sitting there in town meeting aren't going to want to hear all that, right? They don't want to hear about what you've been through. They don't want to hear about how long it took or who didn't call you back, right? They want to hear about, real simple, this Gray Street needs to be discontinued so that I have the ability to make it real simple for them. That's the best advice I could give you.
Okay.
And good luck.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Okay.
If this passes at town meeting, Mr. Andrews or Mr. Bowen, then what happens? Does it go to bid? Is there an auction? Does this just automatically owned by, what happens?
It's back here. The Board of Selectmen has the vote to discontinue the road. This only gives us the right to.
Yeah, are you going to answer it or?
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, the article, though it's short, actually has some complexity to it. Before the property could be disposed of in any fashion, sold, given away, blown up, you name it, the Board of Selectmen is the current custodian of the land, and it holds the land for street purposes and or general municipal purposes. So the Board of Selectmen would probably, vote to discontinue the purpose for which it currently holds the land and say, we no longer need it for street purposes or general municipal purposes or whatever purposes that you do hold it for. And the Board of Selectmen can then vote that sort of abandonment, and then pursuant to this article, if it were approved, this article would change the purpose for which the board holds the land from street purposes, general municipal purposes, to disposal purposes. So that's one part of it. Another part of it is the question of bidding. You're dealing with two different bodies of bid law. The first one is the Uniform Procurement Act, Chapter 30B, Section 16. That's probably the less formidable of the laws that you're going to be dealing with. And I talked to Barry about this yesterday, Mr. Ratella's attorney. If the land was worth $25,000 or more, you would have to go through a formal bid process under the Uniform Procurement Act. So at some point, somebody would have to put a dollar value on what this land was worth to know where we stand. However, you also have a town bylaw that deals with the disposal of surplus property, and my recollection of that, because we've had an occasion to look at it a few times recently, is that the threshold is remarkably low. It's about $500. So, and what the bylaw says is that if something's $500 or more in value, you do have to go through a formal procurement process. So, to try to boil it down, if the board took that vote, if town meeting approved this, there would be some sort of procurement process that would have to be followed. We couldn't just simply say to Mr. Rotella, here's the deed, thank you very much, give us $399 or whatever it came out to. Let me just add one other issue that hasn't been addressed, and it's, again, something that I discussed with Attorney Crimmins. This involves, I've talked to Mr. Charbonneau about this to try to understand what the status of this is. I've talked with Mr. Burke. Mr. Burke informs me that this is an accepted public way. Marion Silva confirmed that in March 6th of, I think, 1911. Town meeting voted to accept this as a public way, believe it or not. So we would have to discontinue the way before we could hand it over. And there's an issue when you discontinue a way, that there's a provision of the law that provides for damages for people whose property has been diminished in value as a result of the discontinuance. This is where I've turned to Mr. Charbonneau, and I'll be turning to Ms. Miller and Mr. Burke for some guidance. Could we just walk up to the board for us? Yeah. Okay. I just want to make you. I know, and here I am going on.
So yeah, you're doing the whole article.
I'm sorry.
But okay, so short answer.
Yeah, which I guess
There's
I'm
a
not
bunch
known
of
for.
vote. I mean, the beginning of the process is town meeting. The Board of Selectmen would also have to vote on discontinuing it as a street. Is that, or
Yes,
conveying it to as disposable property or whatever. Then there's also the third item, which is a public way. What about the other abutters of the property? Would they be notified?
Well, yes, ma'am. Yeah, and we would have to try to assess whether anybody would lose a buildable lot as a result of the discontinuance. Because the way the law works is if we discontinue away and somebody's property is, diminished in value as a result, and it doesn't get bigger in terms of being diminished than losing your buildable status, the town's liable for the damages. So I've asked Mr. Charbonneau for a determination as to whether, any of the other lots would lose frontage, would they be rendered non-buildable. I'll be pursuing that further with some of the other officials until I'm convinced that we've got the right answer. Sorry to be so long-winded.
Keep it short, especially at
Okay.
11 o'clock at night.
We have one
Yeah,
left.
I know.
Two left.
The only thing I might add is, Mr. Charbonneau had every town head out there, conservation, Guy Chiampi came out and looked. Campina came out and looked at it. Everyone, I was out there with Guy. Guys would come out, they looked at it. John was out there. Like I said, I've spoken to Dave at conservation. So it's nobody's had a problem with it. They've all signed off. We've got the paperwork here that they've all signed off on it. Like I said, I just don't want to go in there and do something illegal. I'm trying to do it the right way, and that's what we're doing.
Good.
Mr. Chairman, just real quick, if I could just say this. Most of the intent behind the procurement laws and everything that's been cited here are for, I would say, other types of land transferred or land types of, correct me if I'm wrong, attorney. You have come with the greatest of honesty and integrity to this process to try to make this right so that your backyard is your backyard. And I compliment you for that.
I appreciate it. Thank you. The one last thing I had to say is I did know, and I had spoke to Mr. Andrews about this before. I did know, and actually I had sent a letter out to all the selectmen several months ago. I do know there are. We were talking about the how to procure the land.
Yeah.
And I do know there's been instances like that it has been sold in the town. Non-used streets have been sold. So I know it's been done. It's not a new thing that I'm looking at. So, yeah.
We've done that.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. It wasn't anything new. So that's why I just didn't want to. Yeah, I didn't want to think that was starting something.
A new fad.
Yeah, a new fad or whatever. But that was it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Article 50 is a petitioner article that was inserted by the Buzzards Bay Area Habitat for Humanity Incorporated and Mr. Michael LaCava and others.
Well, you really drew the straw tonight, didn't you, Mike?
Hey, Steve Sui.
Yeah, Steve.
Yeah.
Michael, he called you Michael Carver. I'm saying, Mike.
Well, no, Mike was also a petitioner of this article. This is to see if the town will vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to release any and all right, title, or interest that the town may have, if any, in those certain local initiative program, affordable housing restrictions attached as deed riders to those deeds recorded at the Plymouth County Registry of Deeds and Book 35749, page 87, and Book 35749, page 71, effect and title to the properties located at 250 Marion Road, Wareham, Massachusetts, and 2 Beach Street Extension, Wareham, Massachusetts, to do or act in any manner relative thereto. Such a release is to be approved in form and executed by the chairman of the Board of Selectmen. And basically this is the same issue that we've had for the past couple of years that we've been trying to resolve. It's the deed restriction that Buzzards Bay Habitat for Humanity put on these 2 parcels. That is an invalid deed restriction that we are trying to correct an error that was done by Buzzards Bay Area Habitat for Humanity. So we are looking to fix that error, and then on the 250 Marion Road property, we would be looking to do a new deed restriction along with another property that we have that does not currently have a deed restriction on it.
Well, I would only recommend the same thing that I've recommended to others this evening, that when you come there before town meeting, that you or Michael.
Grand balls, and many other types of activities and competitive races in the canal, including many, many people who are going to be in character in the 1900s, helping people through all the events during that time frame.
The whale ship Morgan, which will be newly out of dry dock, has promised to tie up here at the Maritime Academy. We're expecting a great summer celebration to bring people to the region to focus on what is an unbelievably beautiful natural resource that simultaneously has tremendous commercial value to the Commonwealth.
With respect to the business community, I believe they could get tremendous value for participating in any kind of sponsorship activities. We want to involve all types of small businesses in large companies to help raise the money to make this happen. And it's really important that the business community step up to the plate, help out with this event, and make it happen so we can make it as spectacular as possible.
We're hoping that we are able to introduce people who maybe not have appreciated the canal for either its beauty or its value, that they get